The things that go on there.
We talked about last time we were here.
Robert's rules.
Give it a couple more minutes, I guess, and then.
Yeah, and then revisit it.
Well, he said to me was,
Monica Noe.
I got too much stuff in front of me now.
nope, that's not Monica.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Monica.
Is she coming?
I think so.
I was just giving an extra minute or two, that's all.
Oh,
She's not eligible for 12 Kidder Road anyway.
All right, so we might as well. Put the glasses on. All right, seeing as it's 6 o'clock, I'm going to call this meeting of the planning board for 8/24/16. First item on the schedule is 12 Kidder Road, Loop Real Estate. Requests a site plan approval for section 195-4 and a special permit for 195. 195 major complex, 195-21.J1 to allow a drive entrance within 150 feet of 195-144C buffer strip requirements from side lot, a waiver from the traffic study and other routes that may deem necessary. Just for everybody's knowledge, this is being recorded by Chelmsford Telemedia. And I guess you have the floor.
this is a closed public
public
hearing.
Closed public
So
hearing.
it's-
Good evening, everybody. John Bikini, 12
John.
Kidder Road.
John, they closed the public hearing, so
Oh.
there's no more testimony
Oh.
unless they want to decide to reopen. Is there something you wanted to add?
I'm all set.
Yeah, reviews the decision. We have a decision in front of us.
Yeah.
Look at it. So, just the decision that you have in front of you. I sent some comments over to Evan, and I think you have those comments in front of you. So, basically, if you go to page,
George, they can't hear you either.
if you go to page 5, they added number 8, no outdoor storage displays and sales are permitted. So we talked about no outdoor storage. 9, the applicant had mentioned that he didn't really want to have an automobile repair shop there, and so that notes that, but we can't deny it because it is allowed in that use. So if that's what's going to happen there, I'm asking him for to come back in, but with the note that the tenants themselves, if it's a landscaping company, they can pull their truck in, they can repair their own trucks, and that type of thing. So, which I think was indicated before. You know, if it's my concern here is if it's an auto repair shop, people coming and going, leaving cars all over the place, and just want to make sure that they have the proper fire. They meet all the proper fire codes for an automobile repair shop or an auto body shop, that type of thing. So, but it does allow tenants to work on their own vehicles within the building. And then number 10, spill kits must be on hand as required by the fire department or board of health. So if there's something there that they feel that the spill kit needs to be there, I think that's it's minor detail, but it's a detail. So I think those are the only things that I saw on the special. So I don't know. Then I also I went through and did some numbering, which we can talk about later, I guess, under findings.
Just a note on page 5, number 2 at the top. I believe it should be, the board determines that based on the applicant's submitted traffic data, and that applicants should be possessive. So on is missing, and the form of applicants needs updated.
All right, on page 5, vinyl, the fence dog along the real property shall be question, quack, vinyl fence.
You want white vinyl or just vinyl?
White vinyl.
And I think we should probably define what we mean by rear property line. Are we including the dog leg or just the main portion?
No, how's other board members feel?
I just put it on the main portion. Dog leg will get beat up quick by plowing. In my opinion. I don't care.
I think that's a fair compromise, you know, just along that,
The detention basin portion?
Yeah.
That rear property line
yeah.
adjacent
And then the
to
other,
the basin?
the other leg can be chain link, because, you know, there's trees there, and at least the solid fence will block out any view of headlights or cars and that type of thing, so.
The other thing we had talked about too was putting the fence up prior to construction.
I got that at
Yep,
number 7.
number 7, yep.
And the only other thing that we didn't go into detail is we have a 53G account, which is traditional. You know, we didn't discuss it to a degree, but it's
I have notified the applicant.
and
The applicant's aware of it. Lack of a better word, accepting the condition.
How many spots do we have for the
64.
64?
And everybody else pays.
Yep.
Yeah, I
100
explained.
spots.
Yeah.
I explained, and moving forward, I just need to remember to put it in my memo.
Yeah.
So,
You got it as number 2 of the special.
Yeah.
so-
Yep.
So other than that, I think it's just the numbering.
All right.
For some reason, I missed the site plan. I missed one page. It's not like me.
I'm gonna do all the numbering.
No, do not mean. All right, so in findings, number 1, we have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Did you have anything else, anybody?
No, I'm all set.
You all set? Under findings 1B, pedestrian and vehicular, 12, 13, and 19.
May want to add 14,
14?
talks about the driveways.
I'm okay.
Everybody good with
Yep.
that? 12, 13,
Yeah.
14?
I like 14.
19. All right. Moving on. C, obstruction of views. Comments, 8, 9, 15, and 16.
I did them, so I don't have to look at them.
I know.
Yeah,
Yeah. All right. D, visual intrusion of parking lots, storage area, outdoor service areas, view from public ways or permit, same thing. 7, 8, 9, 15, and 16.
I added 7.
7, 8, 9, 15, and 16.
Mhm.
You have one, Nancy?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Glare from headlights and lighting intrusions, minimum based upon facts in the following. Comments 8, 9, 15, and 16. Good.
We're good.
For me.
Contaminated groundwater from on-site waste disposal operations on the premise involving storage, handling contaminants of hazardous substance and are minimized based upon the following facts. Comment 17.
I would go to,
I see where he's getting this stuff.
I would go to page 5.
Going to page 5. Section 195-55, major building complex. Comments 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 16, 17, 18, and 20.
Fair enough. Almost all of them.
All right. On to special, number
Not
8.
2.
What? Number 2?
So why not 2?
Oh, let me look.
It basically says it's been used as a contractor yard in the past. Just asking.
Yeah, all right. It's fine. You can't get them all. So I missed one.
I don't get you very often. You usually catch them all.
On to special, number 8. No outdoor storage, displays, and sales are permitted. Comment.
No, it's just,
Yeah.
I just added that.
Yep.
8, 9, and 10.
Yep. 8, 9, and 10.
Well, Evan, what do you think of 10? Should we just put that in the spill kits, or
Yeah,
be okay?
Yeah.
That's easy one. So that being said, I make a motion to approve,
As amended with the vinyl.
yeah,
And,
as we discussed this
Yep.
evening. Let me just find the,
We have to make a motion for the site plan approval.
that's what I'm gonna do first. 195-104, site plan approval for 12 Kidder Road, Planning Board File 2016-07, with the decision as discussed this evening.
Second?
Okay. So what we're gonna do, number,
We're doing this one first. I made a motion, she seconded, so we need a vote.
I'm still,
Page 4.
I'm on 3, that's why I can't find it. 4, decisions. All right, decisions is 195-4, site plan approval. The facts, that the board determines all the facts are applicable. Findings, the board determines that findings 1 and 2 are applicable. Motion made by
Me?
Judy, second by
Glenn?
Glenn. Board to vote.
Aye.
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 Unanimous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We got enough.
I might as well just keep on going.
Sure.
Make a motion to approve special permit 195-44C for increased landscape buffers along side yards for parking for 12 Kidder Road, Planning Board File 2016-07.
Second?
All's in favor?
Aye.
We gotta fill in some
Evan, do we
facts.
have to put some
we need
facts in there?
facts.
So. 8, 9, 10. Eight, 9, and 10, I would say. 7, too.
Do we have a fence in there someplace?
That's under special, so.
All right.
I made,
All-
we already voted that one,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So next one is driveways,
Entrance.
150. So we gotta get the facts when we do that real quick. Thirteen, 14. I think that's it.
That's good enough.
So I make a motion that we approve special permit 195-21J1, allow driveway entrances within 150 feet of each other for 12 Kidder Road, Planning Board File number 2016-07.
Second?
All's in favor?
Aye. One more. Major business complex.
And we already got the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 16,
Yeah.
17, 18, 20. So I make a motion that we approve the special permit under 195-55 Major Business Complex, 12 Kidder Road, Planning Board File 2016-07, as discussed this evening in the decision.
Second?
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's it, right, Evan?
No, there's one more.
That's it.
55.
Where is it?
That was one we just did.
We just did 50.
Just did that
I
one.
thought we just did major business complex.
It is.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm misreading it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah. We gonna do the minutes?
Wasn't on the
Please.
Top of the agenda.
Yeah, you
Up
read the
agenda?
wrong date for
Meeting
today.
minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I didn't- he was on a roll.
8:14, you're a
8:14.
month late.
Sounds about right.
8:14. Anybody see any problems with these things?
Yeah, I already sent,
I hit all yours.
you got all of my changes.
We had that little
Oh,
bit
on
on the
the
bottom
minutes.
there, they were gonna change around on the first page, how that was kinda worded.
Yeah, I'll check with Evan to get the wording appropriate for that.
How did I put that?
All right,
We accept the minutes of 8:24. 16 is amended?
Second?
all's in favor?
Aye.
All right. Done that.
All right, next on the list is 26 North Road. Francie Robert requests a minor modification to a site plan and special permits to add approximately 450 square feet of office space in a drive-through.
I don't think anyone's here for that.
No, he's not here, but he is planning to be here, so can we,
All right, so move to
I
the next one.
suggest we delay it.
Play it.
Okay.
All right. 25 Purnham Street. Are they here?
Oh, we got Drum Hill.
103 Drum Hill.
Sorry, 103 Drum Hill? Sorry. I jumped ahead of one. 103 Drum Hill.
We got a letter from Fire Prevention, no concerns.
is there an engineering letter?
Joe,
Engineering didn't have any concerns either. I didn't
No
have a letter.
Okay.
All right. Joe, sorry, I'm going to take and louse up your last name. Stefano?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's all set.
Steph-
She didn't have any concerns.
Stefano is requesting to add 13 parking spaces to the rear lot.
Hi,
You got the floor.
yes, my
Hold
name's
on,
Ryan.
hold on, Henry.
You got
There
one
is
other?
one more letter. It's
Okay.
from engineering. It's no concerns.
There you go.
All right.
Good news, short and sweet. I like those kind of letters. My name's Ryan Bianchetto from the firm Allen and Major Associates. I'm the project engineer, project manager here on behalf of the applicant Linear Retail. You're probably familiar with the site, so we're on the Drum Hill Rotary, just past the Drum Hill Rotary as you go onto Drum Hill Road towards Walmart. So it's the first shopping plaza there on the edge. There's a Starbucks, a couple of restaurants, a paint store, and haircut, Supercuts place there. So we're here simply just to add 13 parking spaces. Might be one of the simplest things to do tonight. Basically, we're trying to alleviate a parking problem that exists on site. I'm sure if you've gone to get a haircut or a cup of coffee or to the restaurant, you've probably noticed there is a shortage of parking from a practical side of things. So we're here to try to alleviate that problem by adding 13 parking spaces at the rear of the site along this existing edge of pavement. So just to orient yourself, Drum Hill Rotary is at the south side of the property. Drum Hill Road is at the south side of the property. The rotary itself is right here. So the parking spaces is simply to just stripe existing pavement that's there now. There's no increase to pavement. There'll still be 31 feet at its closest point from the edge of those parking spaces to the building, so access is pretty clear. There's still access to the dumpsters, access for fire truck turning. So we're just looking to add those 13 spaces. So we're here before you simply for a minor site plan approval. That's the application. So that's basically it. We're just looking to increase the existing, better enhance the existing situation that exists on the site. So I'm here to take any questions or concerns. It sounds like from the town's department, they're relatively simple review requests.
I have one more letter that just came about from Community Development.
Right.
No concerns. 13 spaces should be reserved for employees only to address dead-end aisle per 195-21G. And consideration should be given to closing existing curb cut on Drum Hill. Okay.
They want to come out through Slaughter Road.
So,
Well, that is a right turn out only, and
yeah.
I find it actually very helpful when I go visit my wife at Starbucks. So,
Can't get out of there fast enough.
so,
Yeah,
and we just don't know what's going to happen on Slaughterhouse Road now that the car dealership is open.
Yeah.
So,
they, they,
the other thing is, you say dead end aisle. I believe that road does go around the building. Through the back.
Okay. All right.
So,
I didn't think it did.
is that correct?
Not wide enough.
Can you drive through the back?
It's correct. There's pavement there,
Oh,
but
yeah, I know it's not wide, but
no, it's it's kind of both correct. So there is pavement there. It goes all the way around the building, but in actuality, it's really not very wide. So it's not as if a fire truck could fully drive through there unless they were in a
Okay.
real emergency. They probably would, but in most situations, not the case.
All right. Nancy, you have any comments?
My feeling is if the fire department said okay, I'm good with it.
Mike?
Ditto.
I don't agree with that, I'll agree with that.
Ed?
yeah, I'm good with it. I don't agree with closing the Drum Hill Road cut. Slaughterhouse has already gotten busy enough.
I would agree with you there.
And second, when we make a motion, to make sure that it's all clean, I think we should include in the motion a dead-end aisle. Motion to approve a dead-end aisle.
Yeah, we can waive that. Yeah, I agree.
Just
Yeah, make
tuck
a
it
note
in,
of it.
just,
Tuck it in and document it.
yeah,
Yeah.
put it there.
Yeah.
I'll make the motion if we have to, if you want me to.
You all set, George?
First, I want to thank you for coming in, because most people would have just striped it and not said anything. So I want to thank you for that. And to the comment of employees only, is that with the intention of these parking spaces to be used for employees only? Or?
I did receive the comments late this afternoon, talking to the Community Development Board, and understand that is a request. I did talk to the applicant today, this afternoon. I don't think that's a problem for those spaces to be required to be for employees. That's not a problem at all.
Yeah, because I think that's, I mean, customers are typically try to park out front anyway, so,
Right, correct.
you know, they don't really want to park next to a dumpster, so. I'm good.
Okay, yeah, normally, unless there was some agreement on the original site plan, there's a contribution that's normally made to the what's called the 53G account. That's, you heard about it at the last,
Mhm.
so this would be, you've got, what, 13 spaces here, so it'd be $1,300
Right. I would just
for
explain.
sidewalk improvement.
Sure. For, I would imagine, traffic improvements in that section of
Right, it's
Chelmsford.
the account's broken up to different areas of the town,
Sure,
we'll say, and so that'd go into the Drum Hill section.
sure. I did talk with the applicant, Linear Retail, today on that exact issue. While the improvement is improving the situation, so to speak, so we're adding parking stalls, but not increasing a use which creates more traffic demand, which might require mitigation. For this application, the applicant's willing to provide that money towards to the 53G account, so it's not a problem at all.
So,
Okay. I've got no comments. I think it's fine. Anybody from the public?
No.
No?
Let me get the wording on that, because I know we can waive that dead end. Get the exact wording. Yeah, do you remember what section that dead end was?
I'm getting there.
21G, 21,
195-21G.
Okay, so,
Yeah,
right there, it says the special permit, board finds that the dead end aisle will not detract from the objective of this article, so
yeah.
we can make, you want me to do it, Ed?
Yep.
You want to do it, or?
Well, you got it there, you're on a roll
All
right
right,
now.
so I make a motion that we approve the minor modification, approved site plan for 103 Drum Hill, the 13 new parking spaces with the contribution 53G account, as well as we note that the addition of the 13 spaces does not detract from the objectives of 195-21G dead end aisle parking.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you very much.
Colin, you got that?
You don't want to say it again, huh?
Thank you.
That one.
All right, now, 25 Burnham Street.
Okay, where's Burnham Street?
Donna Upson of 25 Burnham Street requests endorsement of an approved, not required plan for the property at 25 Burnham Street.
I
Don't do
didn't,
anything just yet.
yeah, I was gonna say, I didn't bring a big,
No, no.
thing, but they have their plans.
Okay.
Let's see.
All right, sure.
So, first letter's from engineering, there's no concerns.
Is it split?
don't see any others.
That's all we got?
That's all I see.
That's it.
That's it? All right. You want to give us a
Okay,
description
sure.
of what you're doing?
Basically, all we're doing is, there's a swath of land, that's lot 2B.
this one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pat helped me out. He was over a few different times. But it's taking a swath of land about 2,500 square feet off of Lot 2A and adding 2B to my land, pretty much just to make it so that it forms a natural, like where the natural landscape is. Where the edge of it is now will actually drop off over to 23 Perham. And so I've been maintaining that area anyway, because it kind of looks like it's, part of my property. And this just makes it more official to do it. And it doesn't change his property line in terms of along Perham Street. It just takes that little swath of land.
So it's just a lot line change?
It's just a lot line change.
Oh, that's-
Yeah,
that's
they're-
So
simple.
what size
they're both
lots are
non-
required in this
They're
area?
both non-conforming?
Both non-conforming.
No, it should say over there.
20,000.
20,000.
Yeah, I know.
20,000.
20,000, it's right on the other side.
Oh, you got 35 and 32, you got
Okay.
plenty.
Oh, it's
They're
20,
both-
so
they're
they're both conforming.
Yeah.
Yeah, the side yard
Frontage out of it.
distances.
Make a motion to approve the A&R for 25 Burnham Street, A&R number 630, with no determination to zoning.
Second. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good luck.
All right, well, we're moving right along.
Moving right along.
26 North Road, are they here yet?
No, we suspect that they thought it was 7 PM.
All right.
You can't start the public hearing.
No, we got 11 of Cushing, so we can go to that.
Okay.
Beautiful, Pat, sound asleep.
Yeah,
That's I got it.
she's trying to explain it.
Want 11 Cushing?
Yep. All right, 11 Cushing Place. WE LLC requests site approval for section 195-104 special permits under Article 22 Village Center Overlay VCOD and other reliefs that may deemed necessary.
We have 2 letters.
Okay?
The first one is from engineering. The office has reviewed the site plans by Howard Steen Hudson Associates consisting of 12 sheets dated July 7, 2016, revised August 18, 2016. Supplemental data report dated July 2000, revised through August 2016. Site access evaluation memo from Michael A. Santos of Howard Steen Hudson Associates dated September 6, 2016. And culvert investigation letter from Matthew J. Lowe of Oil Tanner and Associates dated August 19, 2016. In addition to the previous comments from this office, please consider the following. Confirmatory testing shall be performed during construction to locate an area that may be suitable for an underground infiltration system. Design of the infiltration system must be approved by the Chelmsford DPW Engineering Division. Testing shall be witnessed by the Chelmsford DPW Engineering Division. All unsuitable material, if any, discovered in the excavation for the filtration system must be removed and disposed of in accordance with state and local regulations. Aside from small drafting comments, the majority of this office concerns have been met sufficiently, and the plans have been revised accordingly. If you have any questions, please contact the office at the phone number 978-250-5228. Next one is from Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. The Chelmsford Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, BPAC, recently had the opportunity to review current plans pertaining Winstanley residential project identified as Grist Mill Apartments as Beaver Brook. Our charter directs us to review projects as it is related to the needs of pedestrian and bicyclists. Representatives from Winstanley attended BPAC's May 19th meeting to present their plans. VPAC found the bicycle and pedestrian accommodations to be inclusive and complete. The layout of pedestrian access and sidewalks was well thought out, and the bicycle accommodations are superior. It included bicycle storage area and a fix-it station in the building for the residents. We'd only point out the installation of a bike rack should follow the guidelines provided, the bike parking space and site guidelines document. Along with this letter, we have included our documents regarding some helpful best practices and preferred styles of bike racks. The BPAC will gladly offer any assistance or further guides in planning for these or any pedestrian and bicycle accommodations. Sincerely, James Kelsey, Chairman, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And there are several attachments to this, and I'm not going to read them all because they're too long. But they're here, and they're only for reference.
That's it?
All right, good evening, everyone. Katie Enright with Howard Stein Hudson. I'm here tonight with Adam Winstanley and Barbara Green from Winstanley Enterprises, Phil Iliopoulos, the project attorney, and Mark Pelletier, the project architect, and also Mike Santos from my office, who's the traffic engineer that wrote the memos that are in the folder today. I'm just going to go over the outstanding engineering items quickly before we talk about the payment in lieu. I think at the last meeting there were 3 issues that were still outstanding. I hadn't issued the structural memo yet from the structural engineer, Hoyle Tanner and Associates, who visited the site and measured the culvert and did some on-site observations regarding the culvert, who had only really good things to say about the culvert itself. That memo is before you today, and if you have any questions related to that, I can do my best to answer those, but I think it speaks for itself. There were questions about the size of the trees and the placement of the trees around the site in the landscape plan, and upon looking at that a little bit further, you can see there's some nice kind of spacing on the bike path side of some of the larger, more mature trees that do indeed break up the facade of the building if you were looking at it from Littleton Road. There's there's a few different crab apples there, which at planting would be 10 to 12 feet tall. There's a few honey locusts, which at planting will be about 15 to 17 feet tall. And then there's also, there's a linden and a red maple. Those again would be around 14 to 18 feet tall. That wall in that area is about 6 feet tall, so you can see that there would be some height even at planting over that wall to break up the facade of essentially the second floor, which is what you'd be looking at from Littleton Road if you look at our views. So there's a good staggering row of trees both along the bike path and interior of our site that would do a nice job to break up that facade. And lastly, we had a little bit of conversation about traffic flow and the width of that site driveway. Immediately upon the end of the last meeting, I talked to Mike Santos, who's a traffic engineer in our Boston office. He came out, he reviewed my plans, came out and visited the site. We met with the Assistant DPW Director, Steve Yonley, and walked the site, and we looked at the intersection at both Littleton Road and at Cushing and Central Square. And Mike made some observations that you can see in the traffic memo that's before you. Essentially, we feel that 20 feet is adequate for the width of the driveway throughout the project site. And he also agrees with the fact that, and as DPW also stated when we were out there, it makes sense to send people towards Cushing and not send them back towards Littleton Road, only because it is a difficult intersection right now, and it's very difficult to get out essentially one car at a time. You have to wait until the light goes at that intersection. So I feel between both the DPW and also speaking with my traffic engineer, also police and fire have reviewed this site and feel the circulation is adequate and safe based on their letters. So certainly Mike is here to answer any questions regarding his memos tonight. And before we turn it over to the discussion about payment in lieu for the inclusionary housing, I'd be happy to answer any additional engineering questions that you might have. Oh, Conservation also has approved this project, and we will be receiving an order of conditions with very minor conditions of approval. And they included, the Brook Walk was also included in their decision, so that was successful.
Okay. George, you wanna start this one off?
You're not gonna like what I say.
Okay.
I drove through your site, and I exited out in Cushing Place. Okay? And I'm not a traffic engineer, but 2 out of 3 times, and I did it at different times during the day, I had trouble exiting Cushing Place. So you're driving all the upper spaces as well as the spaces underneath out Cushing Place. It's 120. The engineer says that in peak time, you have 30 cars per hour. That's 1 car every 2 minutes if you space them out. I don't see you spacing them out. Okay? I went through there at 7 o'clock in the morning, one morning. I entered in through Brick House, Littleton Road, came around. I was exiting out. I was waiting. And I did it in August when peak traffic is at minimal volume. If you go there now, it's much greater since school started. I looked in my rearview mirror, and by the time I got out, there was already 2 cars behind me. And that puts the 2 cars up to almost to the bridge. Not all the way to the bridge, but pretty close. So I asked about looking at making a 2-way up top so that at least the upper lot that's being used by other than your tenants can be used as an in and out. And I've gone out onto 110. It's a signalized intersection with a stop line prior to the driveway. So yes, you have to wait, but at least there's a light that can allow you to either get in front of the line or wait until you can see the cars that are stopped and how many there are and how you can get out. It is difficult to make a left. So that was one time. The second time that I had trouble that I went out was in the evening, and it was, I don't know, 7, 8 o'clock at night. When the volume was down, there were 2 cars parked in spot 1 and 2 in Central Square to the left of Cushing Place. And one of them was a small pickup truck and one was a car. And I was in a pickup truck. And I had trouble seeing around the vehicles because of the way the cars coming in from North and Littleton Road merge into Central Square. So I'm asking, and I'll ask again, about is there a way that you can make that one way in a 2-way, which is 24 feet wide versus 20 feet wide, at least for the upper lots for the visitors that are going to the bike trail and for the restaurant that is there. Now, second part of that is I thought, you have visitors there that don't belong to the apartments, and then you're driving them closer to your apartments, which I don't understand. So can you really explain to me, and if you have your traffic engineer, you explain to me why, or if you've driven through that site on multiple occasions, why you're saying what you're saying.
Well, I mean, collectively, and I'll let Mike speak a little bit too, but I can tell you collectively from the beginning of this project, the directive I was given, talking to engineering and talking to planning, was to keep cars away from that intersection at Littleton Road. Because what happens is that it is indeed signalized for most of the ways that you can get out there, but you are not signalized coming out of that driveway onto Littleton Road. So what happens is you wait until everybody stops, and then you play chicken with the cars coming the other way because you can barely see the light in your right hand, out your right hand window. Or certainly you can pull into, and I've done this before, gone to take a right and looked up and waited for the light to change to take my movement also. I've been directed since the beginning of this project, please try to keep cars coming out that way. Still Brick House goes out that way, still the shop goes out that way, still the old hotel and their tenants go out that way. But the other half of the site, we'd like to contain and have them send out Cushing, and we feel that's a safer option.
You're sending out the whole site. You're not sending out half the site. You're sending out the whole site out Cushing.
We're sending out the users that use Jack Shops, which have always come out that way, and we're sending out the apartments and then the people that use the bike path. Brick House, the shop and also the hotel still go out the opposite direction. And the idea is to limit that movement. And we feel that the movement, and it seems agreeable by everyone else who's researched and looked at the project as far as fire and police that have reviewed this, to send people out Cushing and not send people back into Littleton Road. Not to say that people won't do it. I understand that some people are going to do it. It's certainly wide enough.
So then I must be
But
confused. I must be
Brickhouse may
confused.
come back now that there's no ambulance here and look for additional parking on their site. And then there's additional spaces up in that general area along the bike path that may be created that would
Where the
lessen.
fire lane is now?
Where the fire lane is now, which won't be needed after this is developed because the ambulances are no longer
So
there
are you
going out
saying
that
that
way.
fire lane belongs to the property of Brickhouse?
No, it does not.
public
It belongs
way.
to the, right, it's the town of Chelmsford, it's the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, it's part of the public,
So
correct.
I must be confused about something. The parking that's along the bike path on your site
Mm-hmm.
is for whom?
It's for public use,
For public use?
shared use,
For
yes.
anybody that is up
Anybody
in
who
that area?
anybody who wants to park there, they can park there. There'll be an
So-
easement.
so
Well,
you-
there doesn't even need to be an easement because it's on the property of the town.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not satisfied with your response, okay? And
And I will let
You
Mike
know.
talk. And I'll let,
George, I just want to say you're just wrong with your assessment. I'm just going to come out right now. So we have studied this intersection ad nauseum with the town staff and with our professional team, and you're just plain wrong. So I just want you to know.
tell me how I'm wrong.
Okay, let me tell you how you're wrong. First and foremost, we have a situation right now where the fire lane, we have a lack of parking for the brick house. So we have met with the owners of the brick house and we met with the town staff. And so they are very happy with the plan because we're creating more parking for them up top than what they have today. So the tenants that are up top still have the ability to go out to that interchange, but where you're wrong is it's a dead zone down the other end of the property. There are no cars down anywhere on Cushing right now other than huge dump trucks that go out all day long. The right-hand turn is the easiest turn I've ever seen in my life. It's a simple, I've done it literally 1,000 times in the last 6 months. I've never seen a car behind me. There's nobody in the site. It's the easiest movement I've ever seen.
So
And
you're telling me
we're
that when I
basically
looked at my
swapping.
mirror- You're telling me when I looked in my mirror and saw two cars behind me that
It's
I
a
saw-
total.
I saw a ghost?
It's a total anomaly. There is no traffic inside of this site, and we've studied it. We have the full town staff. Everybody's in agreement that these are the right movements to make that are safe to create. Right now, people don't know where their property lines are. Cars are going all different directions. It's total chaos on this site. And you can ask Jack Hanley, who owns the property. I mean, nobody knows where to go. We're creating organization, structure, parking, and wayfinding to allow people to move quickly and efficiently out of the site. And you're taking a heavy industrial site with, box trucks, dump trucks, all of that heavy industrial traffic will be moved out of this site, and it will be car traffic making simple right-hand turns out of the property. I promise you that we have studied this and studied this and studied this, and if it's not safe, we can always go back and make another change. But I believe with the town engineering staff, the DPW, our traffic study, everyone that's looked at this so far, I think we're on the right track on this. I really do.
Just add one thing. Philip Iliopoulos is the attorney, and I did the same thing, George, because I thought you had a suggestion that needed to be looked at. So I went out there between 7:30 and 8:30 one day a week, and I varied it up. My office is right there. And I found it easy to get out Cushing Place. There was no one behind me. And I found that when you come out on Littleton Road, you can get one car out only per cycle. And so you're waiting, if there's a car in front of you, like people were leaving after having breakfast at Brick House, I was 1 or 2 cars back usually, and I had to wait for a full cycle of the traffic. What I think I want the board to know is that the project's not benefiting by not being able to go out that way. It's not like somehow the project is a better project for us, because what we're saying is we don't want our tenants to go out that way. We think they should be required to go at Cushing. if they could go out both ways,
I'm
it certainly
agreeing
wouldn't
with you
hurt
as
us or
far
hurt
as-
the project.
I'm agreeing with you that your tenants should go out Cushing. I have no problem with that. It's not your tenants. It's the ones that are there for the bicycle and for the restaurant,
Right.
okay, that I'm talking about.
But most of them won't be in the peak traffic times. Most people aren't going on the bike path at 8 o'clock on a work day, 8 a.m. on a work day. They're going at night, they're going on weekends. Hopefully the traffic will be lighter. And I think, in all honesty, and Adam touched upon it, part of the reason why we looked at this as well was to provide more parking. Brick House has a real a parking issue over there, as I think everybody knows. And so with the ambulance being gone, there's an opportunity to remove that fire lane that's not needed anymore if we make this one way and create additional spaces for Brick House that,
Oh, no, hold on a second. I was on this board for the restaurant that was there before, and that fire lane was told, there was an expansion to the restaurant, and we were told that that fire lane cannot go away.
it can't go away because it's two-way traffic and there's no room to have two-way traffic and parking. If you make it one way, you can remove the fire lane and still.
That's
Yeah.
not true. It's still going to remain two-way, and I've already met with the fire department to discuss this. The fire lane moves into the center aisle, and there's room for parallel spots along the bike path. I've met with the fire department. I've showed them a plan conceptually to agree to it, and it's basically because there's no more need for the ambulances to come through there. There's no more concern that there's area that's going to be blocked by people falsely parking, and that
Okay,
the
so
area
can-
would be striped and signed for a fire lane. It's not before you, it's not part of this project, it's something that may be done in the future. We're not here on behalf of Brick House tonight, but that conversation's been had, and it relates to the fact that there's an ambulance company back here that's no longer going to be there. That's for a different discussion, certainly.
She's got her hand up, you can. Nancy?
Question for Katie.
Yep.
Does this one-way plan affect the ability of Brick House patrons to go out onto 110?
It does not.
Not at all.
No, Brick House, all of the properties from the bike path entry out to Littleton Road still have the ability for two-way traffic. We're not affecting any other property owner along
So
there.
the one-way point is at the property line between this development and the existing commercial properties,
Yes.
Brick House and such.
It's at the pinch point of the fence,
So
right at the
that's the
entrance to
pinch
the
point
bike.
for,
Yep,
for one-way access.
correct. There it is. So it's literally right at this point is the pinch point. So from this, once you enter the parking lot here, the access is this way, always this way.
So now, you said something before, and you just said something now. You said that right now, there's two-way traffic. And then before you said, for the fire lane to go away, that two-way traffic has to go to one-way traffic.
No, I didn't. Philip did, and that's why I got up to correct him. That's not true. And that's why I wanted to get up and correct him. We did look at one-way options for Brick House to see if it would help them increase parking, and it didn't work. The parking lane, the parking aisle would still stay two-way, and there's still adequate room for the fire department to park and basically set up as needed around Brick House. And that would have to obviously come before this board if that were to happen. We're not affecting Brick House traffic.
All right, Mike, do you have any comments?
No, not at this point.
Actually, we should probably have the record show that Monica has just showed up and joined us. Ed?
Just one comment. I'm not looking for any feedback. I appreciate you doing the work on the culvert. You just didn't get all the way to telling me what the maximum load is, but I do appreciate the report. Thank you very much. I'll have other comments later on other phases of this.
Glenn?
I'm good for now.
Monica?
For now, I'm good.
I will say that I used to go to Jesse's a lot when it used to be Jesse's. And to get out of there in the morning sometimes was a real trick. I can understand concerns about getting onto that, because I've personally spent several minutes there waiting for the traffic to clear because it comes from one side or the other. I don't think it's going to be the easiest right turn ever. Certain hours. A lot of times during the day, yes. There's traffic. I don't know how we can ever 100% solve it, other than population decreasing, but that will not be the easiest right turn ever, but if somebody can come up with a solution.
Let me ask a question. You said up something about coming back and revisiting this. I believe Adam said that. Is that what you said?
I did say that.
So, if we approve this design, okay, and then put in there that a year or 18 months down the road, that we feel is an issue, we can ask you to come back in here to discuss it.
I'm open to that. I mean, you know, I've worked very closely with town staff, and I've met, we've met with all the various departments, received everybody's feedback. We've met with all of our neighbors, including Brick House, and we've produced what we feel is the best design. I think if it doesn't work, I'm open to being part of the solution to figure it out. And if that means that we have to change the traffic flow or do something else, I don't see why we wouldn't do that. I mean, we want a project that works. I believe that we've produced something that can work, and that's a good design that creates structure and organization in an area where, I mean, it took us almost 3 months just to produce the survey here, trying to figure out, where all the different parcels were. So it's been a lot of work. I think we have a good design, but you know what? If we make a mistake, then I'm willing to come back and try and sort it out and make it better. And, that's, I'm here, I'm gonna be the owner of the project, I'm still the owner of my other project. I mean, nobody's perfect, and I think we have a good body of work, and we're willing to stand behind it.
So the other question I have is in your letter, you state you have, I think it was 66 spaces, and there was something about 19 for retail.
Mm-hmm.
And can you explain that?
Sure. So, and this microphone's on, right? So I can stay here? Okay. So the idea is that right now there's 60 spaces under the building. There's actually going to be, I found one additional space without changing anything, 67 above. There's an area here, and there's 4 spaces here that are under a lease agreement with Jack for use of his retail business during certain hours and certain days. So those spaces will be not authorized for our use 24/7. So there's an agreement there. Those are the retail spaces. And then there's 21 spaces, I believe, here, which are the shared spaces, which will be allowed to be used by anyone.
And is that in the narrative?
Yes.
Is that in the narrative? Okay.
All right.
I'm okay for now.
We're okay for now? All right. Well,
Okay,
let's get
so
on
we'll
to the fun part now.
switch over to payment in lieu. Okay.
I wish I had the traffic discussion.
You can if you want.
For the record, again, Philip Iliopoulos. I'm an attorney in Chelmsford, 889 North Road. I wanted to just update the board. I'm going to be talking about this as well in a few minutes. Melissa said, may I approach? I'm so used to court not being able to actually come up unless you get permission. But
Thanks, Phil.
You're supposed to,
I have it. So, at our last meeting, just to kind of refresh the board and for people that might be here or watching at home, we talked about, or we put together what we believe was a very detailed, comprehensive public benefits with respect to the project. And we committed to meeting with the town manager to go over the figures with the project. It was actually beneficial that we did meet the last time around, because since our second meeting with you in early August, some of the preliminary bids have come in for the project. We shared, both Adam and Barbara met with Paul and Evan, shared both the rental stream income that's anticipated for the project, shared the preliminary bids that have come in for the project, and basically, as it stands right now, the project is $1 million over budget. And so all those figures were presented to Paul and Evan. So they're really, in order for the project to go forward, they've got to try to figure out a way to do some value engineering. They're working with the architect right now. They've actually reduced slightly the size of the building in hopes to reduce some of the construction costs. They're looking at some alternative construction techniques. If they had known these figures ahead of time, maybe some of the things that we committed to along the way with the various boards and committees, we would have had to have taken a different stance on, or a different look at. But certainly, Adam and the Winstanley Group is true to their word. They've made those commitments. They're going to honor those commitments. They're not looking to reduce those commitments. They've got to try to find savings in a different place. But there is, as it stands right now, no wiggle room in terms of the figures that they've presented. So a couple of things. I went back and looked at the affordable housing plan. I talked about these figures a couple of months ago with the Housing Advisory Committee. If you look at the handout that I presented to you, when the town did their affordable housing plan and they looked at Cushing Place, for a rental project, they were anticipating getting 4 units. Or in the alternative, if it wasn't going to be affordable, there'd be a payment in lieu of, as it relates to those 4 units. Depending on the mix of those units, whether they were 1 or 2 bedroom, if they were all 1 bedroom, the payment in lieu would be $200,000. If they were all 2 bedroom, the payment in lieu would be $280,000. So the $280,000 figure that we've come up with, and that certainly wasn't tied to that. That wasn't how we came up with that figure, but it is consistent with what the town had anticipated that this site would generate for a project that they had envisioned for the site. So, I thought that was some at least interesting information that shows that the money that we've offered in the payment in lieu is consistent maybe with what the town had envisioned with that site when they created the affordable housing plan. This is not a case where Winstanley's trying to nickel and dime the town. I think when you look at the public benefits package, you can see that they've met every request. Every board that's asked for something, they've said yes to along the way. They haven't nickel and dime anyone. We're not trying to, get a better figure or negotiate a better deal with the town. They've put a lot into the project that is going to be beneficial to the project, but it's also going to be significantly beneficial to the town. There's going to be a cost associated with that. We went through the figures before. By my math, it's over $1 million. Certainly you could make an argument, $900,000, $800,000, but we're not below $860,000 for some of the monetary public benefits. In addition to that, we've already talked about the uniqueness of the project. So putting that money aside, the project itself will be the biggest investment in Chelmsford Center in our lifetimes. And I say that because the town will benefit significantly by this project in terms of what it'll do to other economic development for the center of town. So if I were sitting on the board, I'd be thinking about, is this setting some type of precedent? If I reduce the figure, to a third, am I creating a precedent? And my argument would be absolutely not, that the project itself is so unique, and there are so many ways to justify the benefit of this project to the town, both being consistent with the affordable housing plan in terms of what the town might have expected to raise there, the providing of land to the town that the town wants to create some more green space and continue the walkway, creating the walkway that Paul and Evan feel will be a catalyst to finally getting the state to release some of the $5 million so that this can be actually a walkway to somewhere. It can continue up into Bartlett, and it can continue across the street, down the brook on the other side of the center. The pocket park that'll be available to the town, the parking that Winstanley will, even though it's town land, that they will create it, they will build it, and they will maintain it, and they will plow it indefinitely. So, whereas right now you can see what's out there. It's just pea stone, ripped up asphalt. Certainly taking a site that is has some challenges in terms of what its uses are currently, and turning it into what we think is a beautiful site. When you look at, I think, both projects, the original Chelmsford Town Center and this project, the investment in the center town will be significant. So there are, I think, a lot of different ways for the board to justify reaching that conclusion. But right now, there's no money, and it's, like I said, it's already well over budget, for better or for worse, and those figures have been shared with Paul and Evan.
All set?
That's it.
All right. I don't think anybody on this board we've all thought about it. I'll start with you, Nan.
Not at this time.
Not at this time. Mike?
I'll pass for the moment.
Wow.
If everybody passes, we're not gonna get anywhere.
Okay, well, I got something.
Huh? What's that?
You got something? All right, go ahead, Ed.
I'll start the Okay. Just getting a little sugar here because I think I was getting a little low. I'm not really trying to set up a discussion here.
Okay.
I'm just going to give you what's my thoughts and feelings.
Okay.
And I guess this all relates to this Article 29 affordable housing payment. This little thing that was created a year ago. I guess I'm not, number one, I'm not really happy where we've landed tonight, where we've arrived, whatever words you want to put on it, where we are. Not really happy where we are. Number two, I don't agree, and I don't want to discuss them. I'm just going to give them. I don't agree with everything. I think it was a fine presentation on the public benefits. I think that's a fine list. I think if I were in your shoes, I'd be putting the same list together. But I just don't agree with all of them as public benefits. There's a bunch that you would need to do the project one way or the other. So I don't agree that they're sort of called extracurricular public benefits. Yeah, the bike path work and the brook walk, yes, those are extra. And the little park, probably. Okay. So I don't agree with them. 3, when we put Article 29 together, and I worked on that, I think the type of presentation that was in the back of my mind for this economic argument, is what you have done, and I'll use these words, done in private with Paul and Evan. Show them the numbers, kind of show them your bids, show the numbers. I guess my idea when putting this together was that there'd be some version of that that would be a public presentation, not a list like this. Okay, so that's number 3. Number 4, I get the feeling that by the time you stopped here, this project had been shopped to a lot of boards and a lot of groups, including the town-paid staff. And you'd made all sorts of agreements to do stuff for this person, this group, and that started chewing into money that might have been available for housing, which we have to worry about. So I felt that somehow maybe we should have put the shoe on the other foot somehow. And I guess finally, and I'll leave it at final, or number 5. I may dream up more later. Since this is the first project, and we talked about setting a precedent, wouldn't set a precedent, well, it will set some sort of precedent, and if nothing else, it's setting a precedent in this planning board member's mind and coloring this person's mind as to how he's going to look at every other CEIOD project coming up and every village center project coming up. And no matter how this one gets voted on, yes or no, no matter what happens to this one, it's already set my mind to looking at things a little bit differently and may literally affect and just looking at them differently.
Right.
And at the beginning,
Right.
at the very, very, very beginning, because I've seen how how we've worked through this one.
Right.
And it's not anything I'm angry about, because we've never had one like this before. This is the first time we've ever had to apply Article 29. It's the very first time. I call it 29. I hope I'm calling the right one.
It's Article
28.
Yep.
No, 23.
195. What's 195? Section 133 is
Yeah.
where it starts. But
Okay, we'll go by that. It's the first time we have to apply that.
Yep.
So those are my comments, Henry.
All right.
Just
go
so
on.
I don't lose my train of thought, can I not a debate?
I'm
just
not
to
trying
provide-
to set up
Yeah, no, I
an
had some things that I
discussion.
thought were germane, especially
Henry
in terms
wants to
of
let
the
it go, go
history.
Go ahead.
On a couple of things. One is, I think that with respect to what we've incorporated as public benefits, certainly if you look at the sewer capacity fee, every project might be facing that, right? Depending on whether they have a sewer
That's one of the
connection
things I
already
had
and
one.
whatnot. So we could take that certainly out.
Yeah.
But I don't think you'll see any other project, and I don't know, I mean, the board could tell me otherwise, if there's been a project, an affordable housing project, whether it's Kensington or some of the others, that have done brick walks that the town can use, that have done pocket parks, that have done, and these are the big ticket items. These are, you can take out or argue about how much is the land worth that we're donating. But again, there's no project where the applicant's donating valuable land to the town that the town has a vision for. So I think the big ticket items, whether it's creating and maintaining the public parking or some of the other items, will be unique to this project, and you won't see them in other projects.
Yeah,
With-
what I was just getting across was I don't
Yeah.
agree with all of them, and I thought when we developed the article, we're looking for a different type of economic argument. That's and
Right. And just in terms of the history, as is typical for projects of this size, before you finalize plans and present plans to the boards, you meet with the town manager or Evan and staff and say, hey, we've put this property in agreement, we're looking at doing a project. And that's when we were told, hey, listen, we want a walkway. We think we can use that and leverage that. Can you incorporate that into your plans? It was certainly never an intention to bypass this board. And then the other piece is that we did, as is required, meet with the Housing Advisory Committee, which we have to do before we come to this board, and that started the negotiation on the amount of the payment in lieu. So
It's not the way the article reads. The article reads, you come to us, and then we refer it to the, I'm not gonna read it to you, and I'm not trying, I hear you justifying all this stuff.
Right.
You wanted my concerns, I gave them to you, you're trying to justify it
no, I
back
just wanted to
and
give
we
history as
on
to
all
why,
night.
as to what we did, that's all.
This is fine. This
Yeah,
is
I just
really
wanted to give
nice.
some of the history of
All
it,
right,
that's
that's
it.
fine. Glenn?
I think I'm just gonna mirror kind of what Ed said about the, all the things. I don't think they added up quite the way that you thought, and I'm not gonna get back into it again. We'll just let it go with that.
Okay, Monica?
Hi, since I sit on the Affordable Housing Committee, and you've heard what I had to say prior to the meeting, and I agree with that. It was backwards. It was backwards to meet with all the other committees and then come to us, the decision makers. Also, when you're looking to have the payment in lieu of a smaller amount to pay, you're supposed to show evidence. And that was a nice list you put together of perceived public benefits, but as I said, those were shared public benefits. And if you're looking for that much of that much relief, then I'd like to, it's good you showed the pro forma to Evan and to Paul, but we're the decision makers. We're the actual decision makers. If you're looking to pay a third of the amount, which again was lower. And in 2015, when the committee addressed this, the payment in lieu of was proposed to be higher. This is significantly less. So I'm not pleased. We need evidence to give relief. I'll leave it at that.
All right.
Adam would like to just say a few
back
words
to
on
me?
the payment.
I'm
in
going to
lieu.
come back to you, but I'm going to have some things
Yeah.
to say, too.
Okay.
Can I talk?
Yeah, I thought you were going to them, I'm sorry.
A couple things I'd like to say. I've lived in this town a long time, probably about as long as anybody else here. Somebody's been always talking about trying to do a project in the center of Chelmsford since I was a kid. They've been trying to get somebody to do it, now we have somebody. I wasn't a great fan of this law when it came in. That's pretty much on public record. I own real estate. I understand when you're taking your train rentals, you can only get so much money out of them. So I get it. We're going to have to hash this all out. I don't think we're going to quite end it tonight, but George, you got some more comments, and I'll go to you, Mike.
I'm gonna almost mirror my comments of last meeting, and, I'm looking at the public-private benefits that they've outlined. So, I looked at it, and I said, okay, sewer capacity fee, well, no matter what you do, you gotta pay it, so I took that out of the picture. Sewer line upgrades, $76,000, well, yeah, they would have to make them, but we may have to make them too, as a town, to some degree. So, if you take half of that number, and if you take the rail trail improvements, which is definitely a public benefit, public parking and access improvements, that's definitely a public benefit. The public brook walk, that's a public benefit. The public pocket park, the land donation, I would attach 0, but they have attached 100, so you take 50. Okay, and then you tack on the 53G, which you'd have to pay, so you can take that out if you want. You come up with a number that's, and then you throw in the 280,000. You're up to over 700, closer to 750. Actually, sorry, 826. I come up with. You're pretty. I think we're pretty close. As far as the public benefits. And I like what Henry said, and that was, we want someone to do stuff downtown, down here. It might rejuvenate some of the buildings. And I know that Adam's mad at me right now about the parking.
No, I'm not mad at you. Not at all.
have to challenge you, and that's what I did. And I think we've got a compromise in place that can work. So this is a lot of money. The whole project's a lot of money. The unique nature of the property, with the wetlands and the brook and that type of thing that have to be taken care of. And I think he's going to find out there's more work that's going to be necessary to get some of that upgraded. So I think they're close. I'd like to see a little bit more, but that's just my take on it. It's similar to what I said last time. So with that,
I was going to say a couple of thoughts. I know we covered this topic, I think a month ago when I was here, but I think what I wanted to say a couple of things. I'm going to try and simplify this a little bit. So the first thing I'd like to say is that my Chelmsford Town Center project was the most expensive, nicest shopping center that I built in my 27 years in the commercial real estate business. And when we did that project, I came in front of this board and I asked for some very unique relief at that time, which was, I came in, I was very honest. I don't know if people remember, but we had a non-conforming lot with the Bank of America parcel, and we had CVS. And I represented to the board at that time that we wanted to sell those out parcels off and then reinvest the proceeds so that we could afford to do the type of renovation that I envisioned. And in the real estate business, the way you generate returns is you build the cheapest possible piece of real estate and you try and achieve the highest rent. And what we try and do at Win Stanley Enterprises is we try and build beautiful structures in the communities that we work in. And for example, if you went to our website right now, you see Alexion's new corporate headquarters. And we are involved in very high-profile projects around New England. And I've taken it very personally, what I'm doing in this town and how I do it. This apartment complex, it's important to know, this is not your standard apartment complex. This is not a vanilla box with a tar and gravel roof with vinyl siding. I'm building a very expensive building, and I'm taking risk. And the risk is there is not a proven path to get higher rents for a beautiful product in Chelmsford. That's the risk that I'm taking. And the way developers get into trouble is I have a market study which tells me that I can get $222 per square foot per month for rent. And we've already pushed the rents up to $250 a square foot. So if you have 1,000 square feet, I'm looking to get $2,500 a month. That's up there in rent. I mean, I'm concerned about that. Now, can we, you can always try and push those rents and make more of the fees and stuff, make everybody happy, but I don't think it's the right thing to do. And I don't want to be associated with a project that is not, of a certain quality. And this project, the architectural design, the higher ceilings, the recessed LEDs, the granite countertops, the underground parking, it's a beautiful structure that I would be very proud to be associated with. I've tried to be truthful, and I'm just going to tell you guys the truth right now. If my costs for the affordable housing go above $300,000, I will walk away from this project tonight. And that's the truth, because I have plenty of other things to do. I have lots of projects, and I'm going to pick and choose my projects carefully. So I'm going to make this decision really easy. I've represented that we're over budget right now. I've already done some things to take some cost out of the project, mostly in the garage, and we're going to have to work hard. Even if I get all my approvals tonight, it is no guarantee that I will have to work very hard and will have to take financial risk to make this project happen. And people have to understand, if I'm already over budget by $1 million, you can't just slap me with an $800,000 fee. I'm not against affordable housing. I'm already looking at other projects where I would like to work with the affordable housing group. There's a time and a place for affordable housing in every community. I'm not against affordable housing. I'm against the cost layered into this project. I can't take $820,000 worth of additional costs and then layer in another $800,000 and make this project work. And if that happens, then that's it. I'm going to call it quits tonight, and that's it. And I'll let somebody else in this room can stand up and do this project. And if somebody thinks they can do it better than me, then go ahead. So I'm going to try and be as honest and as blunt as I can. Maybe I'm saying things that people don't want to hear, but one thing is for certain is that even when we get all this approvals and we get all of this done, I've tried to be truthful. I've shared my numbers. You know, we can have a debate about, you know, whether I'm looking for a 7% return or an 8% return. Even when we get all this done, I still have to go do all my geotechnical analysis. If we find organics, it's going to change my foundation design. There's still a lot of heavy lifting that has to be done. There is going to be many hours of hard work to bring a project like this to fruition. And so I caution this board to be very careful today. Construction costs, I represented last time. Construction costs for the last 27 years, they go up 4% a year. Not one single time in my entire real estate career did I ever see a project come in where I was surprised where it came in under budget. It always costs more money. So there's plenty of challenges ahead, and this is a most unique project. If we were to pull this off, this will be a $16 million plus project. My other project was $16 million. We will have invested $32 million into downtown Chelmsford. I have to believe at the end of the day, anybody can come over and look at our other project. We're continuing to open up great tenants. We are trying to contribute to the vibrancy of this town. I do believe that we will make it a better place when we're done with our project.
You guys have any more comments, or we still having a public hearing on this too, so we have to add the public in here?
Well, why don't we go ahead with the public?
Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak on this? Just, you have to queue up in line, that's all.
Good evening. My name is John Edward. I serve on the Housing Advisory Board, and I also served on the Affordable Housing Plan Committee that produced the Affordable Housing Plan that's currently in place in Chelmsford. I just wanted to get up and say that I think it's quite disingenuous to try to use the Affordable Housing Plan to justify the payment in lieu of that's been offered. There were references to the vision that the Affordable Housing Plan had for this location, Cushing Place. There was no vision for this site. That's not what housing production plans do. Under regulations that were passed just before we developed the Affordable Housing Plan by the Department of Housing and Community Development, the housing production plan was required to identify specific sites and identify a target number of units that we thought that site might have as a, if you will, carrying capacity. And so our best guess at the time was, well, this site could maybe sustain maybe 20 units. You may decide we lowball that number, but you're better equipped to decide that than us. And the purpose of the housing production plan in specifying the number of units was specifically to add units to the subsidized housing inventory. There is no reference to in the affordable housing plan to the term payment in lieu of. That was not even being considered at the time. It was how many units can we add to our stock of affordable housing? How many units can we add to the subsidized housing inventory? A couple other things I want to mention while I'm up here, and some of this echoes things that Monica has already said, but there have been references to this list of public benefits. There is no list of public benefits. It's public-private benefits. The developer gets benefits out of pretty much all of these things that they've listed as being public-private benefits. And then I want to finally mention that regardless of whether they're public, public-private, I don't think that list of benefits qualifies for what is required by the inclusionary housing bylaw, which is that we need to have evidence from the applicant that the required fee would result in the project being uneconomic. I don't think listing some other benefits is adequate in terms of achieving that. Thank you.
Please tell us your name and address, please.
Susan Jaholoff, 23 Parham Street, Chelmsford, Mass. Since 1972. when I saw the first presentation, I said, what a great idea. It's good use of the land. We need more housing. I think it'll be terrific to get it in the center. And then I said, geez, I wonder where the access is to Acton Road. They must be going out through Acton Road. And no, there's no access over the brook. There's no going out to Acton Road. And I said, how are they ever going to get through there? Over that little bridge. They're going to double it. They're going to triple it. How is the access going to get out through the center and up by Brick House? I've already had problems myself pulling out of Brick House. Well, anyway, that's just my view of being a resident, a driver, a walker, and a biker. Thank you.
Anybody else from the public want to say anything? Oh. Seeing as none, we have a couple options here. One is we can take and ask them for the evidence. The other one is we can take and make a vote. He's basically told us he's got a limit. He's got a cutoff, and I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
He's willing to spend X amount of dollars, so let's take and go around and get people's feelings on it. I'll let everybody have a chance to speak, and we'll make a decision. Starting with you, Nancy.
I think overall, this project is the best thing that we could ever dream of for that site. We have planned in numerous plans, hoping that a developer would come forward and develop that site to invigorate the center, clean it up. I don't think any of us ever envisioned that it would be a project of this magnitude or of this quality. I'm quite sure that nobody envisioned that a developer would come forward that would be willing to put in a brook walk, put in extra parking, things that do benefit the town. I don't like the traffic situation. I think it's going to be difficult no matter what. Short of having a different access point to this property, I don't think it's going to get any better than what has been proposed.
So how do you feel? Do you think we should vote on it tonight, or you think we should put it off?
I'm okay with voting on it tonight.
Mike?
Well, I am very much inclined to take the proponent at his word. We've seen other work that organization has done in town. I think they've done a very good job. I have no reason to doubt the financial arguments that have been made, and I don't think I need to see more detailed numbers than I've seen. That said, some very interesting points have been made. I noticed that one of the public speakers made the point that all of the things being sold to us as public benefit particularly benefit the people in that development. And, you know, the one public benefit here that wouldn't, the inclusionary housing piece, is the one that's being pushed aside. But I'm willing to accept that because I do think this is a quality project and is going to make a big difference to the center of town. I think looking a little bit beyond it, there may be some lessons that we can learn about dealing with the inclusionary housing bylaw, and that we should probably be much more specific about what things we should or should not take into account when we're looking at a reduction that's been requested. Okay. That all said, I'm prepared to vote tonight, and I think that makes sense. I don't think we're going to make any progress beyond what we've done.
George.
First, I'm kind of lost what you asked for. Are we talking just about the amount for affordable, or are we talking about the whole picture?
Talk about the whole picture. If we're voting for it, we're doing,
So first is that, the proponent has been at this for probably over a year now. So he was working on this, like he said, prior to the bylaw being in place. Even though it was filed after, but, a lot of groundwork was done. It's a lot of money. I understand it. He's gonna have more. I see the public and private benefits, and yes, it will benefit the people that live there. It will also benefit the people in town. And it'll be built with private money.
Yep.
Which, as we know, if we have to go to town meeting, it's hard to get money for
Right.
certain projects. So, I think the money that they've asked for is good. We all know that traffic's gonna be tough. I appreciate the compromise that we reached, even though we disagree, but it's a compromise that if this thing becomes really bad, we can get you back in here and try to solve this problem. And one is, if there is a problem, whatever we solve will help your tenants as well as help the whole situation. So as I look at these public-private benefits, like I said, the numbers I put together, I think we're close. I think that it's a start. The other part of this is, and the way I read this is that if this project goes forward, and Evan can probably talk a little bit about it, is that the town will be able to apply for a Mass Works grant. Is that correct? Which is $1 million, which we wouldn't be able to apply for if this is not going to be moved forward.
Correct.
So there's $1 million that the town will get to improve some of the infrastructure in the area. Is that
It may not be $1 million, but if the project
Some
doesn't
number.
move forward.
okay? Let's say it's $500,000. Let's say it's $250,000. It's some number.
Correct.
So, I'm fine with the number. I'm fine with the project after we saw the site walk and things we did. So, if the board wants to close it tonight, I'll be okay and put together a decision. That's fine with me.
Mr. Rue.
Okay. First, I guess what I'd like to do is, and I'm not asking him to speak now, but I'd like to hear from Evan about his meeting on the project economics. So some little report to the board, I think should be appropriate before we.
Sure, so as, yeah, absolutely.
Wants to finish his
Okay,
own.
sorry.
Oh, before we close the public hearing. Number two, I guess since we're talking about our likes and dislikes on the project and we're move towards voting, I've thought a lot about the potential alternative uses for this site, and I don't like any of the future potential alternatives if we don't approve this project. Three, I think access is gonna be a forever problem on this site. I've been down there dozens of times. I have to stop to let other cars come in Cushing Place. I've had to back up to let other cars come in before I move forward to go out. So I think access is gonna be a forever problem. 4, I agree with Mr. Win Stanley. He is pushing the rental envelope for Chelmsford. I wish him luck. He's pushing the rental envelope.
I'll make it.
Or the rental price envelope. And, and I'm ready to, after we get some comments from Evan and anything else, I'd go to close the public hearing, and I'm ready to vote.
All right. Evan, do you want to?
Yeah, so as you recall, at the last planning board public hearing, Adam did mention that he would share the pro forma, so to speak, with Paul and I. That meeting took place on Thursday, September 1st. Paul and I listened. Adam presented a page or page and a half pro forma. As I indicated, Paul and I listened. We indicated up to Adam that we appreciate his presentation and running through it, but we weren't qualified to make any determination. And that was essentially it. He mentioned that, similar to what he mentioned tonight, that the project is upwards of $1 million over budget. But as we indicated to Adam, and I indicated to Housing Advisory Board at their meeting last week, neither Paul or I are qualified to make any technical review of a pro forma. As a side note, just listening to where we are in the deliberations, my suggestion would be, as it relates to evidence per that reduction, there's been a lot of testimony given, and I would strongly recommend that we consider asking the applicant to put it in writing, put their position as to all the oral testimony they've given related to the economic hardships the project faces, ask them to summarize that in writing so that we have in the decision something that the board can reference, review first, and then reference as part of their documentation that you are basing your reduction on evidence. If the written explanation comes in and you have questions about it or it needs to be beefed up, that would be your opportunity to do that. And I think that speaks to trying to set a strong precedent. We're certainly going to set a precedent, but I think the board wants to set a strong precedent if you're going to consider a reduction. So we've heard a lot of testimony related to economics.
Right.
It's just not written, it's not written down anywhere where it's nicely packaged so that the decision can reference it. If you consider doing that, then you may want to keep the hearing open in case it needs to be modified or revised or refined in some way.
I don't think any of us are gonna be the experts that are needed to take into.
Agreed, but my point being is that the
want it
record,
on
the
record.
record needs to justify, the board needs to be comfortable that the record, meaning the evidence that you're basing or justifying your reduction on is as watertight as you can possibly make it. So the more detail the applicant or the board can put in its decision justifying economic evidence that justifies the reduction, because the project would be uneconomic based upon 100% payment in lieu of, that's the precedent, that's the meat.
We do have, I'm sorry, go on.
So I think we've heard a lot of it. Certainly the board, we don't define evidence in the bylaw, so the board is at the discretion of the board to determine what evidence is suitable. So if the testimony you've heard tonight, in lieu of a pro forma, so to speak, is
Get to you, don't worry about it.
adequate to the board, I'm just suggesting that should be kind of put in writing, kind of a position statement from the applicant.
We get it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the,
Glenn?
Well, I think I'm gonna kind of agree with what everybody else has been saying. I kind of agree mostly with what Adam says about as far as his numbers being where they are. And I remember back when we put this bylaw together, I had thought at that time that the numbers were too high on the payment in lieu of at that time, and I think the numbers that he came out with were kind of some of the numbers that we were throwing around back at the time. So I think for what you're getting out of it, being the first one out of the chute, I think it's probably a good thing, a good place to start. We don't have to hang our hat on this forever, I don't think, as far as going down the road on some other jobs that come in. So I think it'd be fine. We can vote on everything and get it done with. They spent enough money. It must cost him $1,000 every night he comes here.
Monica?
Easily.
We do have a body that knows how to analyze a pro forma, and we haven't brought them in to discuss the evidence. So, yeah, I spent a semester in school filling out pro formas, blah, 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 blah. I haven't seen it. We haven't used that. Asking for third. Yes, there's public benefits. They're going to give us land that they can't build on and won't get taxed on.
All right, now, you've heard what he said. He will take and leave, so I get it. And I understand
fine.
it. That's fine, too. It's
Fine.
fine.
I'm looking for actual evidence. We're setting a precedent for the future. We
That's
have
fine.
other projects that are going to pay the payment in lieu of.
Yeah, I
So,
agree with
I
what
don't-
Evan said.
I think the project looks nice. I'm glad they're going to have 9-foot ceilings. Economic development isn't just bringing people to shop in stores. It's also providing housing for the people that work there. And other municipalities take that into account. So we can vote on it tonight. I would like some evidence.
Mike?
Well, I like Evan's suggestion. I think that I'm perfectly willing to accept the statements that that's where the evidence will take us, but I would like to see it on the record. I would suggest that what we do, this is going to be a project that's going to require a drafted and studied decision anyway. I mean, this isn't one of the, huh?
Extensive.
Extensive. This isn't one of the ones where we approve it and that's the end of it. So I would suggest that we ask Evan to put together a decision that covers all of this. I would suggest that we get the pro forma information into the record. I would suggest that we not vote on it tonight, but be prepared to vote based on the decision that he writes up at our next meeting. I mean, does that sound like
And that we leave the public meeting open.
I'd even be, yeah,
It has to be open
Has to be
until the
open.
other evidence is presented.
right.
What, I think it's some good suggestions. What we'd like to offer is a vote tonight, which is typical of the board to vote and then write the decision at its subsequent meeting. But what we'd like to do is see if we can get a vote tonight that would be contingent on us providing our testimony to the record. It won't be an official pro forma. I mean, the whole reason why Adam agreed and offered to go with Paul and Evan is because he doesn't want to make this public record like a typical affordable housing project's required to do. But certainly we can provide written testimony that supports what we've talked about today with the numbers we've represented. But it's not going to be an official pro forma. It's not something that is required by the bylaw. The bylaw is more general about economic ability or feasibility, but it doesn't require for a non-applicant affordable project to provide pro formas. So I just don't want the board to, I don't want to disappoint that that's, something that maybe something, in addition to our written testimony, maybe Paul and or Evan can provide some written testimony to the board that they've seen the pro forma and that certainly it's been showed to the town manager and Evan.
If I might, I think, I understand what you're asking for, and I probably would ask for it too. However, I don't believe we can vote until we have closed the public hearing, and I don't think we can close the public hearing until all the evidence is on the record. So we have a bit of a chicken and egg problem here.
Well, the
Procedural
evidence is on the record because these are public hearings. We provided testimony, which will be part of the minutes. All we're going to be, doing is taking what Colleen would be doing in the minutes and putting it in a separate document saying, here's what we've represented, here's the numbers, here's the figures.
This is also our first one around, too. We're
Yeah.
trying to get it right.
Yep.
And, you.
I think what you were attempting to do is kind of a straw poll.
Yeah, that's what I did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah.
Did
I think
everyone have an opportunity
Straw
to?
poll might be a perfectly reasonable thing to do.
Is that what you're,
I think he already did.
or you were looking for?
I did.
Well, I
did,
get-
yeah.
I think he already
I
did.
did, but then, you know, we got some more, we
Yeah.
got more information from Evan, so
I think,
we're
see,
probably gonna have.
part of the challenge with
Well, not officially, but.
taking an
you know
official
what it
vote
was.
tonight is the facts, the findings, and the conditions. They're not voting on that.
Right.
So you don't, no one in the room knows exactly what an approval or denial would say.
Right.
So normally what we do is we try to do a straw poll
Okay.
and then draft a decision.
Yep.
In this particular decision drafting, it'd be much more extensive, as you heard the board. And I think everyone's going to want to see that, the wording, potential conditions, before there's a vote. And it's probably in everyone's interest, all parties involved.
And so just so I'm clear, you'd want something from me as the project attorney that really, or something on Win Stanley's stationery that really outlines
That supports the
what we
economic
talked about
evidence.
tonight. But I just want
Yeah.
to, make sure that
Throughout the
That's not gonna be-
hearing. I mean, we've talked about this 2 or 3 times at this point.
All right, so basically, we're looking for a straw poll. Are we for the project or against it?
I think
I
that's.
think that's basically where we're at right now. And I'll start with you, Nancy. You for it? I mean, this is not binding. This is just a general, yeah, I kind of like it.
Depending on what we write it in it as conditions, I'm for it. But I need to
I understand.
grapple with the conditions.
For this purpose, I'm for it.
We're just still looking.
No,
Ed?
no.
But-
As it stands, with what Evan said, I would vote in favor of the project.
Just a
Where it
straw poll.
stands, I'll vote yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Monica,
No.
I would vote yes for it.
Okay.
As it stands now, that's not an official
understood.
binding.
Yeah.
So the decision will be written and we'll hopefully
Review it on the 28th.
review it
correct?
at the next meeting.
Yeah, we should be able to.
And we'll submit something by the weekend or Monday for you, Evan, so you can
Okay.
you know,
We'll
incorporate that.
circulate it to the board.
Could you circulate it, Evan, to all of us?
Yeah, as soon as we get it, we'll circulate it
Yeah.
out to the
That way
board.
there we can get
Yeah.
questions to you. if
Absolutely.
we've got-
I'll make sure you have it no later than
Mhm.
Monday, so you have
Thanks.
plenty of time.
Okay.
Yeah, so the step, you probably know, but just for the public, the steps would be, the next meeting, it would open the meeting, be public hearing. We'd introduce that information that you provide into the record, and then
Yeah.
public, and then the board, and then close the public hearing, and move towards ratifying.
Would there be hopefully a vote that night, an official vote?
Yeah, I believe there would be.
I would anticipate it is unless
Unless there's something horribly wrong with the
Unforeseen.
draft decision, yeah.
Unforeseen.
Yeah.
Understood.
Or something horribly wrong
And maybe
with
Adam
the
will change
presented.
his mind about the in and out for me.
All right. Well, I want to thank the board as always for their time. I know it's
Thanks.
time consuming. We appreciate your feedback and your information tonight.
All right.
So the next meeting is on the
Can-
continued to the
Can I ask
20th.
one more question?
Yeah.
I don't want to answer tonight, but for the parking underneath, are you going to gate that, or is that going to, I'm assuming you're going to sign it for tenants only, but are you going to have a gate on it or something, just so that it is?
It's going to have an automatic door where residents will have a button that they
Okay.
can push and a card swipe that
Yeah.
will open it.
That way you don't have problems with people that don't live there parking underneath,
Which, believe me,
As
you
you
would
will
otherwise.
especially in a snowstorm.
I would,
You would entertain to continue the public hearing until the 28th and to ask Evan to draft a decision for us.
Second.
is there something else you want to add to that, Ed?
No.
No, you good with that? Second, all right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Moving on. Actually, do you need your,
Go back to 2:05,
Well,
take a break, go back to 2:05.
yeah, 2:05, you need a
I
break?
need an office break.
26 north,
I'm getting hungry.
5 minutes, and then 26 north, and then.
We only have from that
And with
map.
getting hungry,
I
I'm
need an
getting
office
grumpy.
break.
Oh, you don't
I've
want to
been
get
up since
grumpy.
2 o'clock this
No.
morning.
That was
good
my
luck, Dave.
point.
What do you do? Do you have
Oh,
a big
God,
emergency?
No, the gosh darn dog jumped up and started kissing me at 2 o'clock in the morning. You gotta be kidding me.
Till they make this
Oh,
happen.
what are
No,
they
I think
doing? This
very
is behind the
simple
building?
change in light cycling could improve the exit at Cushing a whole lot.
I came through Waltham the other day.
Oh, yeah, well, that's no better.
Yeah, Waltham's horrible.
I know, it is.
That's where we're heading towards.
10 years.
We should get the old guy back that used to direct the train across with the metal sign.
With a little light.
Statue out there.
Yeah, his statue is still there. Okay.
Is that new water or is that like weak?
Hold
Oh, I
on.
got it
Oh, yeah.
tonight.
So these guys now
I
want
actually
to
left
They
it.
want to drive
take off the
through.
drive-through and put on,
They want to do what? No, they want to put on the drive-through. They want to add the
we
drive-through.
talked about this when we approved this.
Yeah.
Take a look, see what's going on.
Yeah, well,
What are you gonna do first, the,
Right now, we're on to,
warrant article?
we're gonna do 26 North Road,
get it out of the way.
and then we're gonna.
Well,
That
he
makes
was,
sense. It was on earlier.
was on earlier.
All right.
And there's no sense in making them wait until after the warrant
I
article.
got a measly salad for lunch.
I didn't. I had a bag of mixed nuts.
That's it?
I left
And then you came to this, and there's another bag of
mixed nuts. I
I
grabbed the
don't
handful.
know how
I
long
grabbed,
this is gonna take.
grabbed the handful of grapes though. And I've been up since 2. I don't know how I'm still going.
I don't know how I'm still
You
going.
need
Probably getting me a
fed.
little grumpy.
Yeah, we're all getting grumpy. We need
Yeah, we
fed.
all need fed.
One dog jumped right up on my face, started licking me at 2 o'clock in the morning. You gotta be kidding.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
you
yeah,
gotta see
you
my
have-
little dog.
you
My
have
little dog's
dogs
now
that
20
hop.
pounds, and he's still doing that. Little dog.
But I knew I had to be up early.
12 pounds.
I had to be up early
7
this
weeks
morning.
ago. Right now over 20.
So the fire chief is here too to speak to us too. The fire chief is here to speak to us too about. The fire chief is here to speak to us about.
Oh, okay.
Where is he? See him?
Okay. Good.
Okay. Oh, yeah, there he is. I see him in the back.
Good.
He dresses up nice.
Yeah. Matter of fact.
All right, we get Ed back. We'll be in business.
One more.
No,
Oh, we're still waiting for Ed.
He's gotta open it up. They took a break.
In business.
We're back in business, good for another hour and a half or so.
Another hour. All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order again. 26 North Road, McCrensky. Minor modification to site plan and special permit to add approximately 450 square feet of office space in place of a drive-through.
Hi, good evening. My name is Bob McCrensky, and I apologize.
We got a couple letters to read first.
What's that?
We got a couple
Oh,
letters to
okay,
read
go ahead.
first.
First one's from engineering. This office has reviewed the site sketch and building profiles provided. As a result of this review, the office has the following comments. This department shall be notified when work on the site is commenced in order for arrange for inspections. Proposed modification may require underground utilities to be revised, coordinate with the Chelmsford DPW Engineering Division. 3, stormwater operation and maintenance plans previously approved shall be followed as described in the report. Copies of any inspections or other reports done in accordance with the plan shall be forwarded to the engineering office. 4, great efforts shall be made to uphold the integrity of the porous pavement during construction. Heavy machinery shall take care not to compromise the pavement surface. Any damage that occurs must be rectified immediately. It is advised that the porous pavement be cleaned, vacuumed before and after construction. The debris that fall into the porous pavement should be kept to a minimum. A site as-built shall be provided upon completion of the work on site. The as-built shall be from a ground survey and submitted in AutoCAD and paper form. 6, please provide the location of the proposed parking spaces. Also, please provide a parking calculation. If you have any questions, please contact the office at 978-250-5228. Christina Papadopoulos. Next one's from the building commissioner, no concerns. Next one's from community development, no concerns. Need 2 additional parking spaces. Fire prevention, see attached letter. The office has revised the proposal for the site modification at 26 North Road and finds the following: automatic sprinkler system conforming to NFPA 13 and a fire alarm system conforming to NFPA 72 shall be required. Both systems shall be monitored by a UL-approved central station monitoring service, and all components of fire protection systems must comply with state building code and Chelmsford Fire Department requirements. 3 sets of sprinkler and fire alarm plans, along with the supporting documentations, must be submitted to the Fire Prevention Office for review prior to the approval of the building plans. All equipment related to fire safety shall be located at the discretion of Chelmsford Fire Department. This office would approve this plan with the conditions, and I ask the board to make this letter part of the approval process. Daniel Katufis, Captain, Chelmsford Fire Department. That's it.
That's it. Okay, I apologize for being late. I didn't realize you start so early. My name is Bob McCrensky. I'm here tonight because we have a chance to rent to some doctors. The building's been built for 2 years. The doctors need approximately 400 square feet more. If we take the first drive-through bay, convert it into office space, it works. And that's why I'm here in front of you tonight. I've been to the Historic District. They approve my plan, which is basically moving the windows out of the existing structure and resodding the structure. I'm not changing the roof line at all, which is that fancy, very fancy railing system, as you know, that I have over there. The building already has sprinkler systems under it. We won't disturb any of the paving, and it's a very clean, minor change. And that's what I'm proposing.
All right, Nancy.
No concerns.
Mike.
No concerns.
George.
I don't have any concerns. I just want to make sure that it's not going to affect the porous pavement, and that's addressed in the engineering
No,
letter. So
it won't, George. The pavement has been awesome.
yeah, it's been working well.
It's been, you cannot believe it on a thunderstorm. You would think the water goes in a hole. It's gone.
Great, great.
Have you had any trouble keeping it clean or getting?
No, I bought a
dust or
special
nothing?
vac just to vac that lot. And if you go, anytime you go there, you can see it's
I
spotless.
like to go by and see it.
Yeah,
It's,
I
know. See it. It's
very unique.
interesting.
So,
I'm curious.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Ed.
Yeah, just, I really don't have any objections. I just got a question. You gonna be digging to put footings in, or you just building this on the concrete slab?
No, what I have to do is on the where the supports are holding up the center of the roof structure, there's foundation already there. I have to dig down 4 feet and trench in porous footing there.
Back.
Yep.
Okay. And you'll make any repairs to the pavement, porous?
I hope not to have any, because
Okay.
the concrete underneath the carport is non-porous already.
Yeah,
So I'm
yeah.
not disturbing really any of it at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Are there gonna be any doors there, or is it just gonna be windows and stuff like that?
No doors there, one additional door underneath the rear entrance, where there's a double door now,
Yeah.
right there.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So the doctor's kinda gonna go to the right.
Right, they want to have their own entrance, exactly.
Okay, okay, I got you. All right, so that window will disappear and
Right.
door will come in there.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, now, how about the 2 parking spaces? That was in somebody's letter. Are we all set? How are we doing that one? Did we have excess spaces here or something?
The two parking, well, we're not going to have the drive-through any longer, so we easily have 2 spaces that we can put into use.
Okay,
Okay.
where the driveway was.
Right, I prefer not, I'd prefer to land bank them at this time. I don't think we're going to need them. And my reasoning is because the doctors are backing up patients there who have had surgery, and they like to bring them directly to their cars. So I'd prefer to not do it yet, if it's possible.
Fair enough.
All right.
Yeah.
I got no concerns.
Monica.
Yeah, I have no concerns. Land banking makes sense right now.
Okay.
I've got no concerns either.
So you need a motion?
Oh, is this a public hearing?
Oh, that's right, it is a public hearing, isn't it?
No public hearing.
No public hearing?
No public hearing? It's minor modification.
Minor modification.
Minor mod.
Make a motion to approve the minor modification to an approved site plan for 26 North Road.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
You're done.
You got
thank you
it.
very much. Thanks for your time. Good night now.
All right.
Moving on.
Public hearing warrant article. I'm sure there's a lot of people here for that. We do have a special guest here tonight from the fire department. He was here. Up.
Hey, Chief.
Chief, come on up and we'll see if anybody can pepper you with some questions, see if they can trick you up.
Good evening, Gary Ryan, Chelmsford Fire Chief. Happy to be here.
All right, I'm just gonna pass it around to the board, see if anybody's got any particular questions for you, and we'll take it from there.
Okay.
Nancy?
Well, I'd like to hear what you have to say about height limitations on buildings on 129.
Well, to tell you how I got there,
Yeah.
just NFPA defines high-rises 75 feet, buildings more than 75 feet from the lowest level of fire department vehicle access. That is NFPA. That is the number I went with. However, Mass front-end amendments call for 70 feet, but I stuck with the 75. So just in general, so I did a little homework. The risk of fires for high-rises are generally less than other buildings, and the reason for that is because of the level of fire protection that is required. Sprinklers, fire alarm systems, fire pumps, dedicated fire access elevators, which is a Mass amendment. So if you build a high-rise, you have to have that for us.
So if you go over this height, you have to.
You're gonna
do all
have to
those
have, you
things.
go over 70 feet, you're gonna have to have that for us. You're gonna have to have a command center for the fire department in the lobby. So those are special, actually unique features that we'll be running into in this town if we build a high-rise.
That 70 feet, as I looked at it a couple of weeks ago, it seems to me that that's not the building height that we traditionally use. I mean, we typically go to what, halfway up the
Medium height of the
median height of the roof.
Mhm.
And this is actually the height of the floor of
I
the
believe
top
it's
story?
occupied, it's the, and I'll read the definition, this is from NFPA. It's defined as a building more than 75 feet in height measured from the lowest level of fire department vehicle access to the floor of the highest
Yeah.
occupable
Yeah.
story.
Okay, so practically speaking,
So
that's
if you're
more like
gonna
what we used
occupy
to call
that
90 or
story.
95 feet.
So,
I mean, if you measured up to the
Well, they're gonna be.
median of
and
the
it's
roof.
gonna be, actually, and this will be covered under the building commissioner. He's not here
Okay,
today, but he
right.
would find that occupied level.
Okay,
Okay.
gotcha.
It's okay.
George, do you have any questions?
Have you seen the wording that we've put in here?
I have not seen it, but
So,
has explained it to me.
so we basically the long and short says 6 stories, but not exceeding maximum height of 90 feet, except by special permit. So if a project comes before us, your body's going, your company, your department will be reviewing the project anyway.
Like any project.
Yeah, like any
Right.
project, so, that's the wording that we have so far, and, just, are you okay with that, and,
Well, I was okay with the 75 feet. I know you went to 90, I'm okay with the 75.
But your 75 is to the floor, and our height is to the roof.
maximum?
Okay, I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
Median
Again,
of the roof.
So
Right.
at that
defined
point, we'll
differently.
determine, and then
Right, and it's gotta be occupied
your
level.
feedback at that time, if
Right.
there's any issues with, manning, staffing, that type of thing.
Yes.
and We'll address it at that point, so.
Okay.
So
Right.
nothing changes as far as your review, your
No, the
department's
review process is the same. Right.
So it would add another dimension to your review process
Quite a
on
bit,
height.
yeah. Right.
Whereas 45 feet is, you don't have to think about it,
Mm.
other than, can you get the truck close enough to make that
Yep.
access, so. I appreciate you coming in.
Oh,
too.
anytime.
thanks
No,
a lot.
Thank you.
Any-
I don't have any new questions. Thank you for coming in. I don't have any new questions.
On the thought of over 75 feet, if we had one come in that was over 75 feet, I think you had mentioned that your reason for that is you needed more staffing.
That's why I put a yes, correct, yeah.
Have you addressed that with with anybody to figure out how much more staffing you would need, and if anybody was willing to give you more staffing?
Well, obviously, I mean, I would have to go through my boss,
Channels.
the town, yeah,
Yep,
not
yep,
my channels,
yep.
but I would go through the town manager. But
Right.
in general, when you look at NFPA staffing standards, if you have a fire in a two-story residential building, you're looking at anywhere from 15 to 17 firefighters that should be there. Right now, next door, we have 10, with the Captain 11.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you go to an apartment building, you're having a fire at an apartment building, like we had at Woodcrest, the staffing standard, which Chelmsford Fire does not follow, but like a lot of communities don't follow it, because it's very difficult because of the cost. But in general, if you have an apartment building fire, you're looking at having, at a minimum, 30 firefighters. Let's move up to a high-rise now. If you go to a high-rise, the staffing levels change. They bump up to a minimum again a minimum 42 firefighters. So to put that in some sort of context, if you look at what Lowell Fire has, if they're fully staffed, they're about 39 firefighters throughout the city.
But you get the mutual aid.
We do have the mutual aid,
It all
but then
comes
you're
in.
really kind of
And
bumping
that
that
adds to
down.
that?
Well, yes, it
Yeah.
would, but you try to get them at a certain period of time.
Right.
When you meet that standard, when you try to meet that standard, you try to do it within 8 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough, so. Those are the concerns I have.
Okay, that's the only question I had.
I just have one in terms of if someone does come before us with a special permit for the higher building, would you require another truck to handle that? How does that work?
I would have to see what the proposal is, how high, what the occupancy is gonna be, because if you look at the standards, I mean, is it gonna be an apartment building? Is it gonna be commercial? Is it gonna be a hotel? And the reason I ask that is because if you look at the kind of fire stats, the fires for like an apartment building start at 75 feet. The most common fires for a building, not that it happens often, because again, these are built to today's codes, sprinklers, standpipes, fire alarm systems, dedicated fire. But if, for an office, 36% of the times when they've had a fire in a high-rise, it's been on the 7th floor or higher. If you go to an apartment building, it's 7th floor or higher. So that's my concern. So do I need another truck? Possibly, but right now I would need more staffing to put on that truck.
Right.
Because right now, if these guys go on a accident on 495, that ladder truck sits back. So I would have to have that staffed.
Right. That's it.
Go ahead, Ed. Go ahead.
That generated an interesting thought in my head. Are your procedures different for commercial buildings versus residential?
Well, obviously, you would have the life hazard. I mean, generally for a commercial building, you probably, maybe 6 in the morning till possibly 7, 8 at night. But obviously, for a residential, that's a concern.
Right.
And it's a concern if it's when they're sleeping after 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
So those are the worst times, and that's exactly what we had at Woodcrest. An occupied building after 11 o'clock at night.
So, to that thought, to Evan, the way this is written, and if someone comes in for a residential situation, is that 90 feet included in a residential, the way this is written presently?
Yeah, as the entire overlay is written, that 90 feet could be a mix of uses.
So,
Could have retail on the first floor, office in the middle floors, and residential on top floors.
so should we restrict the residential to 45 feet, which would keep it lower? And that way, if,
You certainly could do that, if, particularly based upon fire department input.
because 11 o'clock at night, office buildings
Yeah,
typically
so with the
have-
exception of this building height within this specific geographic area, right, this provision only speaks to directly abutting Route 3 and 129 from Alpha Road.
That's true.
Outside of that area, within the rest of the overlay, all buildings have a maximum height of 45 feet unless they ask for a special permit. So if you wanted to minimize
Yeah,
the residential.
I'm just thinking,
Yeah.
because in an office building, typically people but that leads to another question to you is, in construction practices for commercial buildings, there are certain fire codes. I assume those are different than a residential to some degree in high-rise buildings, and
Well, high-rise buildings, kick
high-rise
it out,
buildings is
obviously,
different
yeah.
fire codes as
Right.
far as, barrels have to be fire
Oh,
standards.
fire pumps, you need standpipes, you need, again, the dedicated fire service elevator, which is a mass amendment.
My suggestion would be, unless the fire chief is telling you that would be the preference, limit residential 45 feet and below on a high-rise. For zoning purposes, economic development planning purposes, as long as a special permit provision is in there, then at least you can handle on a case-by-case basis, as well as the fire
I
department.
think I'd like to see that for residential, because we never want to have what happened down on Little
Yeah, but
Road.
again, I mean, that was an
You
unsprinkled
weren't to
building,
code.
so I,
Yeah.
again, with
But-
this, your high rises.
But at 2 o'clock in the morning, when you guys have to go in and get someone from a 6th floor, it's easier to get them from a 2nd floor or a 3rd floor, so, and with your manpowering, I'm just,
Yeah, and I
for
think,
residential, they make it abundantly clear for this article that it should be just 45 feet, unless there's a special permit applied for, and then, at that time, it
Okay.
triggers a different review from you guys.
Okay.
So,
all right, so that's for the entire overlay.
that's only my opinion, so the other board, the other
Yeah.
members have to weigh in, so I just think that human life in the middle of the night is important, so.
Nancy?
Yeah, I would go with a different suggestion, although I understand and agree with George's concerns. But I'm concerned about this maximum height of 90 feet, because I think that it's really ambiguous. And I would, instead of saying, but not exceeding a maximum height of 90 feet, I would rather it said, but not exceeding the height limits for a high-rise as defined in NFPA, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, our concern is obviously
then
if it's
it's-
occupied. If it's an
yeah.
occupied floor, then we gotta go up there.
Yeah.
And I think it's somewhere further
With
in the
that being
article, we also had, they could get special permits to go even higher.
That's right. So we are certainly leaving it open, whether for residential or for commercial industrial, to go higher by special permit, but by applying for a special permit, that goes to a full review as to, can it be supported, is it appropriate for the site,
Okay, we got a lot-
would it require special considerations or
long ways to
whatever?
go before we could
There's
get
all
into
sorts of
that
things
stuff.
that happen under special permit. I'm just concerned over the by right, that it be non-ambiguous. And I think because they measure by floors and we measure by roofs, I think we would be better to reference their measurement criteria as opposed to that ambiguous roof height.
Mike's got to jump
Well,
up
I'm
and down
just,
here, he's got a bug in his
I'm
pants.
thinking that practically speaking, given what the NFPA regulation is, 90 feet, according to the definition that we use, and our definition is clear, it's not ambiguous, 90 feet is essentially the same thing. It might be plus or minus a foot,
It might be.
but that's all it's ever going to be, is plus or minus a foot. So we've essentially said the same thing.
But they're saying an occupied foot.
Yeah.
I mean, that's our concern, if
It's
it's
That's a
occupied.
big difference. If you got a mechanical
It's
room
very
up on the
different.
top floor,
It doesn't count.
Yeah, but it
count.
still counts for the 90 feet. I mean, my point is that
It
any
counts on
building
ours, but
that's
it doesn't count
90
on
feet
theirs.
tall,
Yeah.
by our definition, is almost certainly going to be right at the boundary point for a high rise.
But that kind of goes to what I said in my
Yeah.
email to Evan Belansky, because even if it's not occupied,
Yeah.
if it's a storage room, if there's issues, we gotta get up there.
You got to get up there anyway.
If there's
so-
a response time, there's a lag,
Yeah.
and you have to walk up, in general, for a high-rise, you walk up the first 7 floors.
Yeah,
You walk up, with your equipment, you walk up.
yeah.
And you get beyond a certain level, then it takes you've got to factor in a couple of minutes per floor.
Yeah.
Because of the weight of the equipment. So whether it's occupied or not, that's a concern for us.
Yeah.
All right, George has a,
For a matter of consistency, our bylaw states what height is. and it does not talk about NFPA or occupied floors. It talks about to the roof line. For consistency purposes, we should put what we have basically in our tables and our bylaw for definition should be consistent with this, not to go out, because it's easier for people to figure out this than it is to try to figure out the NFPA occupied floor, and that really becomes an interpretation of, you know, does it go to this point, or does it go to that point, does it go to the midpoint, you know, I think by the way we have it here, it mirrors what our bylaw presently does. So.
We'll be
and we
addressing
got
all
off,
the issues.
And we got off the point of where I was going, and that is, do we want to lower that number for residential applications? Because in theory, someone could come onto 129 and say, hey, I'm going to build an apartment building here. I can build it 90 feet high. And that opens up a whole can of worms.
It does.
And I think that by clearly stating that it's 45 feet, which limits to maybe 3 or 4 stories at some point, it gives the 10 firefighters here a better chance to save lives and address fire and address issues. And grant you, I know they're sprinkler buildings, and they're going to be much more modern buildings than they were what they were built 30 or 40 years ago. And you know, obviously we've come a long way with fire suppression systems and firefighting apparatuses and vision goggles and that type of thing that you can see through smoke. But you know, I want to give these guys a chance to make sure that they can get to people and save people, and pray that they never have to go in and do it. But you know, I think by clearly spelling it out that it's 45 feet, and yes, we'll visit it if it's a special permit, it gives us more teeth to say, no, this is not public safety. A fire department can't do it because of staffing or whatever the case may be. And that's, I don't know if that makes sense, but I think I do.
I think
Hope
you
I
do,
get your
George.
support,
All right, let's have Ed get a chance here. We'll
Go ahead.
go to the round table here. Ed?
Yeah, I hear you, but I think modern buildings, barring a jet running into them, are pretty, they're well sprinkled now and pretty fiber. And if you really want that, I don't know, you could put a line after multifamily in section B that says, limited to no more than a height of, no more than 4 stories or something like that.
Well, not exceeding
Why?
maximum height of 45 feet. It's the same wording the town council gave you down here.
I get.
I don't want to what I don't want to do is overcomplicate this and scare somebody off.
Yeah, I get the feeling
we're
that.
trying to
yeah.
fish here.
I get the feeling that we're trying to do the business of the building code.
Right.
And we're not in the building code business.
Right, and we're gonna, and it's by special
Yeah.
permit, and it's all gonna come
Yeah.
in. It's gonna go fire department, building commissioner, everybody in the.
Everybody's going to have their fingers in it, yeah.
Yeah, everybody's gonna have, so I don't wanna, I hear you, George, I don't wanna see anybody, get hurt. But by the same token, I don't wanna overcomplicate this thing. But I'll go along with it if you want it someplace.
Glenn?
I'm fine with it.
Monica?
I trust the review.
All right, Nancy?
Yeah. I'm okay with what George is saying, and to go along with that, in 195, 146, special provisions, item 1, building height, I would move that after the second comma, where it goes Chelmsford, Billerica Town Line, comma, we insert non-residential before buildings.
Yeah.
Because we default back to 45 feet if it isn't
And then it comes
doesn't
back
have an
in for a
exception.
special permit.
That's right. And then they just come back for a special permit and it goes through full review.
Okay.
And I'm okay with that.
Good with that, George?
Are you good with that, George?
Does a hotel fall
Um,
under
I mean, that basically,
residential?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Depends how they build it.
Under zoning, it's
Yeah.
commercial.
so it basically says, look, if it's industrial, commercial, you can go to this height, and if it's residential, you can't, because residential's exempted. It isn't included in that exemption.
think the simplest way, because you were targeting the entire overlay, not just, so.
And the entire overlay is
195,
already covered at
146,
45.
add a number 4. No residential occupied over 45 feet in height, an increase requires a special permit.
What are you doing?
195,
Doing what you-
146, add a number 4. So it covers the entire overlay district. No
I thought the
residential
entire-
occupancy.
I thought it was already covered by the general requirements of 45 feet in town.
Yeah, but what if you have a,
I don't think you have to.
by adding a new number 4, no residential occupancy over 45 feet in height, that tells a potential applicant, that's the baseline starting point. So design accordingly,
Except by special permit.
except by special permit, and then the fire
Yeah, if you
department
want to add.
has their case by case.
I thought you could do it just by adding
Well, because the one is only,
non-residential into one, but
you want to cover
would be simple.
overlay, the entire overlay.
I think cover the entire
Yeah,
overlay,
makes sense.
yeah.
you know, because
It's already covered.
at one time, there was an argument made in a city close by, and most of us are towns, that our apartment buildings of 3 or more or 4 or more owned by an individual that rents them out for a business considered commercial or residential. Okay? So, or a business. So, you know, you start to fight that
All right.
whole question. So, and I think making it abundantly clear, saying no residential
No
over
residential
45
use.
feet, unless by special, not exceed 45 feet. It's a very simple sentence.
So
and-
I'll add that, 195, 146,
So.
new provision number 4.
So in that case, can you simply say that no residential use can be over,
That's exactly
That's what it's going to say.
what's it gonna say?
I'll wordsmith it and send it out to you, but that's what
So
it's going to say.
basically, you could build a 6-story building, but you can't put residences above the
Correct.
45 feet.
Correct.
Cool. I'm good with that.
That's where your garages are.
That was very
Well,
good.
when you had them new hover cars, you'd be fine. You would put a garage door up there.
Boy, writing laws is exciting, isn't it?
You are going to have to worry about what 45 feet means.
Yeah.
Does it mean the floor of that
ceiling.
floor
But
or the
that's- but
ceiling of
That's
that?
during the review.
That's
Yeah.
during the review.
And then fire department will submit their comments. Board will figure it out.
But the height of the building, we talk about heights of buildings in our bylaw. We have a definition of it.
Right.
If it's 45
Where there's a
feet,
conflict, if it's important enough for the fire department to bring to your attention, they will.
It will be
Thank you
confusing
very much for
when
coming. Stimulating
pleasure.
night for you, I'm sure.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You want to make a public announcement about cell phones catching fire? 'Cause I got that
I've already sent out my warning on that, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. We are trying to get comments from folks. Come on up, line up. We appreciate everything you say.
Glenn Diggs, 220 Wellman Avenue. Just want the chief just to remain for a minute.
Yep.
It seems that the overwhelming majority discussion about this initiative is about the height of buildings. Whether it was this meeting or any prior meetings, it's always revolving on the height of the buildings. And after this document came out, I had met way back when I was campaigning for selectman, the chief, and asked him about the height of buildings. And I went back to him after this document came out and met with him and discussed it further. And it seemed that a lot of the decision-making was coming about this quotation about requiring more manpower for high-rise. And it's not only the high-rise that would require more manpower. It's the redevelopment of this whole area that requires more manpower. You know, especially from, and I believe the chief, brought that up, that if you build 400 units of apartments out there as part of the whole project, the taxing of his manpower is greater than building a high-rise of, 90 feet. Because each individual unit demands more attention. It's a problem point. So now you've got 400 problem points as opposed to this one problem point. Plus, the rules for building these high-rises are 90 feet, and we're not going, 200 feet. This is not a skyscraper. The rules for building those buildings is much more secure than it is for building a 4-story apartment building. Additionally, I know this board has, mentioned over more than one time that your job is not to create revenue. But if you are going to build a tall building, and in this case, we're talking about 90 feet, all right? And I hope we take out the stories because that really confuses the thing. If you're talking about 90 feet, there may be a developer out there who sees it that this is talking about a mixed-use development that he's planning, that he buys up a number of properties, and typically a mixed-use facility is retail on the bottom floor, some business above that, and residential above that. So they have the preferred lookout, let's say. So when you're limiting the height to 45, you're turning off, even though they can come back and appeal it. You're talking about a developer putting in, could be many millions of dollars in developing this whole concept and tying up these multi-pieces of property to create a larger tract that he can build this whole kind of group development with one theme, and he can't do it because it requires putting at various elements at various heights. And so you're restricting him, or he's putting out all this money, developing this plan, and then he has to come here after he spent all this money and looking to say, well, what if I want to do this, can I do this? After he really has spent a lot of money and time and energy developing the concept. And that's what I hope you don't do, that you don't try to kill the golden goose before it even has a chance to lay an egg. I understand the chief's concerns, but his concerns are not only manpower for this high-rise, but for this whole area. By increasing the density of the buildings that are out there and repurposing the buildings, you're creating more problems for his team, which has limited resources, also for the fire department and so forth. And that's all part of the consideration of putting this before the town meeting, that it's all part of the whole puzzle. But the idea that you want to tie the height of the building to the specific needs of the fire department in terms of manpower, it goes beyond that. It goes to the whole concept, that increasing the density of all the buildings out there, repurposing them, creates manpower needs for the chief. And so, I think he spoke well of all the safeguards that are put into higher-rise buildings. We're not talking about going up, like a skyscraper in this case. It's a reasonable height for a developer today. If you go out to neighboring towns, you go to Burlington, and again, we don't want to be Burlington, but we have this one section of town that we are willing to repurpose and to help ensure the economic health of the town for many years to come, that you don't want to restrict it, and you want to make it simple enough so that when it goes to the town electorate to vote on, that it's not so complicated that it kind of gets lost in the shuffle. And that's why I think you should take out the stories, because that really is convoluted. And I don't think it plays against your idea, Henry, in terms of making it the typical language that's already there. And just call it, this is a height, and if it has to go beyond that height, fine. But I don't think you should restrict housing as part of that, because as a developer is going to look at it, he's going to look for mixed use. And mixed use is what you want, because it brings in a neighborhood component in addition to the development. And I think that was the idea all along. So, thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name when you come up.
Michael Qualick, 9 Whipple Tree Road, as part of the Economic Development Commission. I just wanted to build for the moment on what Glenn was talking about. If we take a look at a multi-use building, right, and you take the example of, gee, I'm going to have some retail space, some office space, and then you can have one floor of housing, right? Yeah, they put housing on the top floors for the views, for the better accoutrements. I really do believe you're tying up a developer for no reason, because it isn't that the chief can't fight it. We're now applying current staffing needs to a future development. And shouldn't, what we currently have for staffing, if you come in and you're developing 1 million square feet, the chief's going to come in and say, I can't handle it, I need to build a building right in the middle of it. I'm making that up, but to make the point is, so to make a decision on current staffing for the future, I think we're missing the point here. And most mixed use are going to have the housing on higher floors. And by doing this, you're limiting it to basically one floor. Because 45 feet, as people have pointed out to, is basically 3 floors in today's environment. So I ask you to reconsider and take away that part, that restriction on housing. Thank you.
Thank you. We have any more members of the public that want to get up and speak?
Can I just respond to that point? I just want to respond. I understand what he's saying. It's what Glenn and you said. We have limited to 45 on the residential, and it just, they can come in for a special permit to go higher, but it just sets the threshold to come here so that we can make sure that the public safety needs are met. And whether that is we force different building codes on them or fire situations, so that we make sure that, you know, the threshold's a little higher. That's all, to me, that's all I see it as. So that we can make sure that public safety is paramount. This board, part of this board's function is public safety, okay? And that's the way I'm looking at it, you know, you know, the points are well taken. It really gives them a point, but also gives them an opportunity to go above that point. So that's all.
Good evening. Chris Bowman, 3 Julio Street, also Precinct 4 rep. Last time I talked about expanding the concept for business amenities, more along the lines of a business village or business campus, which was essentially done 30 years ago within the 128, because the current plan here is just a bunch of boxes without any real vision to it. So tonight what I'd like to do is to go over the text for the Business Amenities Overlay District. First off, within the purpose and intent, don't mind my glasses, I just have to adjust them. It calls for promoting orderly, effective, and quality development and redevelopment of 129. It calls for preserving and enhancing the aesthetic qualities and characteristics of 129, including architecture style, streetscape character, open space, connectivity, and not to disturb residential neighborhoods or detract from the appearance of the town. However, what's discussed after that does not comport with that purpose and intent. For a business amenity, most businesses, for their employees, are looking for an expanded complex, either within their own building or within a developer's area of several buildings, or within a very defined area that they can walk to. They don't need their car. And so further down, under use regulations, something like a licensed daycare facility would be included within that. A cafe would be included within that. Some sort of ATM or maybe minor bank services would be included within that. A health club certainly would be included with that, but not retail stores, not car services, not parking garages, and not hotels or motels. That's different from business amenities for what this overlay is supposedly addressing. Now, the town really doesn't have a parking garage because it's a residential community. It's not a city like Lowell. Hotels or motels, there are several throughout town, and they are not at full capacity. And from what I'm aware of, they are virtually never at full capacity. And they're not that far away from 129. As it stands, there are many banks, restaurants, health clubs that are very close to 129. So trying to insert something like that in 129, ignoring what is already readily available, does not make any sense and is not consistent with business amenities. In addition to that, excuse me, I have to find my notes here. In one of the purpose and intents, number 1, it says to have local access to goods and services and housing. There is local access. 129 is not cut off from the rest of the town. So it takes 5 to 10 minutes. That's all you're talking about, unless you're talking about morning or evening rush hour, because the traffic is horrendous as it is already in those areas. Now, in addition to that, talking about the characteristics of 129 and not disturbing the neighborhoods and being consistent with the aesthetic qualities and characters of 129, any 6-foot building is distinctly inconsistent with that purpose and intent. The office buildings around 129 are either 1, 2, or 3-story buildings. A 6-story building does not belong, to be consistent with that character 129, and to be consistent with the residential character of the town. That is urbanization for the sake of urbanization. There is no need of it. And also parking garages and structures. They are not needed. If a developer wants to put them in, he can go underground, but not exceed 3 stories above ground. And some of the things that are not talked about is establishing setback, landscaping, and trees, so you actually have a community setting for these businesses, which is what they're looking for, and not just buildings and asphalt. So those are the major items that I would like to convey to you tonight, and also what one of the residents would like me to read something to you. Okay, I've been asked to read the following. At the last meeting, one of the developers who co-owned Cross Point said that he was only interested in developing the Route 3 end of 129. It was also stated that use should be made of the vacant facilities at the Route 3 end. If this is true, would you consider excluding our residential end of Route 129 from your proposed amenities overlay, as you did with the Turnpike and Mill Road overlay section? Our end includes a pond and cemetery, which takes up the other side of 129. So when I asked what streets are you talking about bounding that area, that's from Progress Ave, where Sunny Acres is, to the Billerica Road and Golden Cove Road intersection. And so I just want to impress upon the board that a business amenities overlay should speak to what this is supposed to represent, and not throw everything into the mix, to keep it consistent with what already exists, which means not exceeding 3 stories, and to make sure that it looks like the appearance, the aesthetics, is that of a residential community, so we still keep the character of the town even though it is a business area. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There is a letter in the file that came in. I'd like to read it. I'm just going to read this letter, Brian. No, I got a different letter from someone else. So,
If he shares a letter, I don't know who it's
from. This is a response to, I guess it's an email that was sent in. My husband and I weren't able to attend the last meeting at 8:24. Well, my husband showed up at the end and I watched from home to be with the kids. The meeting on 9/14 will likely be one we cannot attend either. However, after watching the meeting and hearing the board is open to possible changes in overlay, I was hoping to provide some additional suggestions that I think will be beneficial to the neighborhood. All in all, I'd be happy with some compromise in zoning. A larger exclusion zone, especially around the corner of Mill Road and Route 129, which is always a bear to navigate with Lifelinks buses. The traffic to Analog and Elizabeth Drive, as well as the future 40B. Love to see Elizabeth Drive included in the exclusion zone to help eliminate any added traffic congestion at the end of Mill Road. Sticking with a larger exclusion zone, I believe if Stewart Road and Industrial Ave, which just the portions of both streets that are almost parallel to Turnpike, were included in the exclusion zone, there would be a buffer to Turnpike and Mill Road neighborhoods to dissipate the future noise of amenities that are open later than the current businesses. Including Elizabeth Road and exclusion zone would also help with the noise. Also, I love if there was a way to confirm now that there would be no parking entrances, exits on Mill or Turnpike that would lead to the rezoned area. I believe all additional access needs to be from Route 129. Also, keeping some tree areas in the exclusion zone to help with future noise, something that may need to be addressed as the development comes up. A possibility of sound barrier walls to protect neighborhoods in the evening. In addition, the board also needs to keep in mind that new developments will most likely lead to needing infrastructure improvements on 129 and Mill Road and Turnpike if the exclusion zone is not increased, which costs to be borne by the developer. I know for a fact that developers of Cornerstone Square and Westford were required to make some, if not all, the road improvements. Lastly, in all honesty, I'm concerned about the time coming for developers to offer up plans and the board possibly not adhering to their promise of not going overboard with development. No one can predict the future, and the board members can change or change their minds at any time. Just offering this as something to keep in mind as the board keeps assuring the public that this will not be a huge development, but an office park with amenities. Thank you for taking the time to read my concerns. I would appreciate the email being shared with the rest of the board. Tracy and Antonio Troncoso, Troncoso. And she doesn't give me an address. So.
The address is Julio. They're on Julio Street.
Okay, we'll find out.
Fine. Please state your name and...
Brian Latina, 15 Jesse Road, Chelmsford. Welcome to northern New Jersey. When I moved to town about a little more than 20 years ago, I did so from Woburn. Pretty industrial area, not a good place to raise my kids. We had 4 kids at that point. We have 1 more when we moved to Chelmsford, new house, new baby. We moved into this area. We looked in Chelmsford specifically for 7 years from Woburn, back and forth, looking for exactly the right house, exactly the right area. We found that on Jesse Road, just off Turnpike. Kind of a funny name for a street. Wonder where that came from. Turnpike Road was named after turning a pike when you paid your pennies at the entrance over by the what's now Credit Union. They actually had a pike pole, and if you wanted to go to Boston, you would have to pay your penny, and they would turn the pike out of the way so your wagon could pass by there. Turnpike is not a 4-lane highway for driving really fast down that we all know. That's what it really meant. George Washington actually stopped, or it said that he stopped at a little restaurant on the other side of what used to be probably part of our town over in Billerica. That's kind of on the way, we call that Route 129 now. Just over the border, just over Route 3, which was strip mined after we moved in, and made to add an extra lane on each side. They actually added 2 lanes on each side if you really pay attention to what happened there. Tore down all the trees, made a lot of noise so that when I'm in my backyard now, I can hear the sound of Route 3. But when I moved in, I couldn't. We can see the lights from 495. I can hear the sounds from them too. Our town is becoming urbanized to the nth degree, and I'm horrified at what's happening in my particular precinct 4 between Route 3 and 495. When we entered from Woburn, we came onto 129 Mill Road there, came around the corner, and there's a nice light industrial area that you can't build in, and we knew that because of zoning. Zoning protects the property rights of all the people that live just beyond that and in our town. When you change zoning, you take away my property rights and you change the value of my property. It's bad enough that my taxes are doubled every 10 years. Been here a little more than 20, they've doubled twice. But now you're asking us to build 6-story buildings. Don't worry about, we'll call it something else. We'll call it number of feet, 75 feet. I looked it up on my cell phone. I would encourage every resident that lives on Warren, Turnpike, Porter, Jesse Road, Yancey Road. Look at your cell phone and look up how high is a 75-foot building? It'll say 6 stories. I just did it in the back here. What is 6 stories? What is 75 feet? A tree, average tree is 75 to 90 feet. We heard both those numbers. That's where that number came from. It's a 6-story building. Look up 6-story building and look up images on your Google checker there. First buildings that come up are in Seattle, Salt Lake City, St. Louis, Boston, Portland, Toronto, New York City. Do you hear Westford there? No. Billerica? No. Chelmsford doesn't need 6-story buildings. That is a massive, huge building that does not belong in our town. Go to 4th Avenue in Burlington if you want to see what a 6-story building does. I did a couple weeks ago. I got onto the highway from Route 62. It took me 20 minutes to get to Friends Lumber that you used to get there in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, past the Burlington Mall. You can't go from here to there anymore. You pass under 128, you can't get there. You folks are designing a Route 128 interchange in Chelmsford that looks like the Burlington Mall, 4th Avenue with the Wegmans. Those are 6-story buildings. Portland, Seattle, New York, Toronto. I've been to most of those places in the last 2 years, and I got to tell you, you do not want that in our town of Chelmsford. I know you'd like to redevelop that area, but I'm sorry, 75-foot buildings, or 6 stories, call it what it is a massive city building. There are very few of those. If you go down to downtown Lowell, you'll see some. You won't find them in Billerica or Westford. I've been to Hayward, San Antonio, Seattle, Chicago, New Brunswick, New Jersey. Spent the whole summer in New Brunswick, New Jersey. They have 6-story buildings. You don't want to live there. You don't want to live in North New Jersey. And as far as rush hour, forget it. You can't get out and you can't get in. People will be landlocked in there. We put some traffic lights at the end of our road. You can't get out. It takes 5 minutes to cross through those traffic lights sometimes. If you put 6-story buildings and you build more hotels on the Route 129 corridor, lady in the back room will lose her house because you have intentions to take it from her. There's a yellow farm there. I had a great little time, visited. Somebody actually sent me a letter.
Like
Sorry?
you said, we have intentions of taking a building from somebody?
Yeah, if you overlay this district, those houses and that property become very valuable to a developer, and those houses will disappear. I've been to New Jersey. I can tell you that's exactly what happens. It becomes valuable because the developers move in and they take it over. As far as our town, folks, for the last 5 years, my town can't get rid of a dozen outhouses on 128 on our property. A dozen outhouses. It took us 12 years to get Route 129 painted with yellow stripes. Last time it was painted is 2004. Every year I've asked, could we get the lines painted so that people don't have a head-on? Our state doesn't really work for us. Those 2 areas that I just mentioned, we can't get done. And we're going to invite a whole bunch of people in from outside our community to build 6-story buildings in my neighborhood under the guise of we need the money. The other way to do this is to stop spending as much as we do. And as far as the fire chief is concerned, I can't imagine what kind of equipment's required to go up to the top of a 6-story building. I looked, there's also a little picture in there of somebody climbing up a 75-foot ladder. I don't think anybody would want to do that. Look at the pictures of 6-story buildings, and somebody convince me that that's what we want in my neighborhood 2 or 3 blocks away. It's bad enough that we're putting a cliff dwelling on the top of what essentially is a ledge above industrial building across from a handicap school, with no chance of making a sidewalk accessible, ADA compliant, up that 9 to 12% grade. can't be done. We'll just waive it. I'm sure it'll be a variance in that, and those people that live across the street in that building probably won't be the residents that are running across the street to the handicap school. And I'll leave you with one final thought. We can't even snowplow the sidewalk from Route 129 on Mill Road to the other side of on the Billerica Road, which is part of our town. We've never actually plowed it. The sidewalk with the handicap ramps, the little button at a low level, 7-8 feet of snow on there on a regular basis. I can send you pictures of every year, every snowstorm. So before you start building in this community, I suggest you go to Seattle, Salt Lake, St. Louis, Boston, Portland, Toronto, and New York City. That is not Chelmsford. That is not what we want to do. Please reconsider this zoning. Look at it very carefully, and let's not play with the numbers and make it sound like 75 feet is short. It's the top of the pine tree on Jesse Road that's probably going to fall on the power lines at some point. Those are 75 to 90 feet tall. And you want to put buildings like that around the corner from us? Thank you, no.
Thank you.
Marilyn Supple, 219 Billerica Road. Well, first I wanted to say the gateway to Chelmsford really starts coming off of Route 3. And right now, Route 129 is a decent entry into Chelmsford because of the buildings, because they are set back, and it looks very inviting. Plus, with the open spaces in between the buildings, even if it is a parking lot, it's still open spaces, and it makes it look inviting when you're coming in. This is the only decent road that we have coming off of the highway that leads right into the center of Chelmsford. And that's why it's inviting, because it doesn't have that hectic look that you get when you have amenities and signs everywhere. Some of the things that I was going to say already came up, but I'll just kind of ask something a little bit different. I did notice there are in between, well, I'm going with the 6-foot high story buildings. Of course, you know I'm going to say I'm opposed to that. And for the lots directly abutting Billerica Road, from the section from Alpha Road back to the town line, there is 7 buildings on that. There's 3 buildings that are on the Comcast side and 4 buildings on the other side. Now, where are you even thinking about putting these 7-story buildings? I mean, they're going to have to be within those 7, either the Comcast side or the other side. What's...
We're not picking a place to put the building. We're giving the property owners, such as yourself, but they're commercial property owners, the ability to put up a different type of building. That's all we're doing with this. We're not picking a spot to put a building.
No, but apparently you say you want this 6 stories within that area.
It's delimited so it doesn't go down to Alpha or go to where your property is.
No.
So it doesn't go down all the way.
No, that's what I just said, from Alpha Road to the
I meant
Billerica
Apollo. Doesn't go down to Apollo.
What would probably happen is somebody that owns a building...
I didn't say Apollo. I said...
Somebody that owns a building would probably tear that building down and build a different building on a different footprint, a smaller footprint, taller, to get all their amenities in, is what would probably happen. They wouldn't be put in between those buildings. I think that's what you're thinking.
No, I wasn't thinking that they were going to put them in between, but there are just 7 buildings in that couple from the highway to Alpha Road. And I was just trying to get an idea if you have a particular side that you want this on. Or is there even enough room, say, the side where Comcast is, used to be, I should say. It doesn't look like that side of the road goes back far enough to even think about putting a 6-story building on it.
It would basically be on the same footprint as what they have now. But
everything's
negotiable too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We put this on the COID because we've been trying to hold people to a better quality landscaping. We try to hold them to set to doing trees, and, you know, we're trying to take and have lawns, and, you know, there's a lot of places in town that were just like seas of asphalt. We're trying to avoid that. We're trying to break it up. We're trying to get more green space in the front, have the building sit back a little further. That's why this is coming in underneath kind of the COID type of framework. We're not trying to take and build it right on the road. We're trying to keep it back. And, I mean, you can look at, there's been several redevelopments that we've done in town that we're trying to take and hold people to a higher standard of development. Nancy?
Yeah, just a note. I'm not sure whether everybody really understands it, so I'll point it out, is that this is really an expansion of the area that the CEIOD applies to, with a page of extra added requirements for just this area. So if you look at 195-147, that's the primary change here, is that redevelopment in this zone can use the CEIOD overlay requirements. And oh, by the way, 144 through 146 provides special requirements for only this zone on top of those CEIOD. So the CEIOD is many pages long. There are a lot of requirements embedded in that one line. And those requirements, in many, many cases, address the quality of development, the quality of the green spaces, all the things that make a redevelopment a very desirable location, a desirable for the neighborhoods that are around them. It's all embedded in that one line because it's in another bylaw that goes through all the details of that. The things that are here are just special considerations for this particular area on top of that CEIOD. And I don't know how many people, you know, really got that by reading this, but that's the reality of it, is we already use the CEIOD. We've processed a number of developments over the last 2 years with that bylaw. Some very good developments have come through here. This is an expansion of it in terms of the areas that it covers.
Well, I think, you know, with the 6 stories is much too high. I would go with, you know, Christine. I was listening to her, and she said, you know, she likes 3. I was thinking maybe 4 at the tops, but I'm definitely against the 6-story buildings at the beginning of the town. That small stretch, that's not a very welcoming site for anybody to come into. But I also notice in that area, 285 Barica Road, that's the street just to the left of going down Alpha Road. Now, the setback of that building looks very close to the road. I don't know exactly what it is compared to the others. It looks like 20 feet, you know, driving by. It's very close. So, is this something, is that, you say you're going to have things back, but this one is close to the road, so anything future at that time is still not going to be as, the setback is probably, I mean, you had nothing about the setback.
Any redevelopment, I mean, we can't help what's already there. You know, that's been there for quite a few years. But the CILD has not been on the town bylaws for that long.
Because it hasn't been too many years that particular.
You're talking across from Sunny Meadows, across from the nursing home?
No. Alpha Road.
Yeah.
3M.
To the left of it, the house, that building there is very close. They don't even have
On the
a
road,
Yeah.
both roads.
It's It's been there a few years.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't have even a front door. They go in Elliott Street and go in through the
That
back.
would never be approved as, if it were proposed now.
Mhm.
The board, you should hear that from the board. I don't think the board would
Yeah.
approve
Mhm.
that project if it
Mhm.
were 2016.
Mhm.
No, it was done years ago, and there's nothing we can do about it. That was,
Okay, and like I was going to say, we are not Burlington, Middlesex Turnpike, or Cummings Park. But in the past, you've had, kept saying you don't want to turn this into a Chelmsford Street, Drum Hill, or like Littleton Road in Westford. And I did notice that that new hotel that they put up in Littleton is not even 6 stories high. I think it's probably 4 tops. That new, I don't know what the name of it is. It might be off 111 going to Groton.
119.
119, yeah. And where Market Basket just put up a grocery store. So that's, I think that's 4 tops, that one, and that's a hotel. I know 3 weeks ago, at the meeting, we did have a lot of realtors and investors, and they do not live here, so their only real interest is the location at the end of, or at the beginning of 129 in Chelmsford. So their interest isn't really in the town itself, it's just themselves and money, there. And the purpose and intent, some of the people went over the things with, one of the lady did with business amenities limited in scope and scale for the purpose of preserving, Route 129. But again, it's 6-story buildings. It's not like it's what we have. A lot of these things, architectural style, streetscape, open space, not disturbed. A lot of this just sounds like a lot of words, so I really hope that you kind of do what you say and not, just let them call the shots instead of you. So I guess, some of the other stuff. So what I did want to say is from the Alpha Road to the River Neck Road, where it goes from the 4 lanes and it stops and it goes into 2 lanes, I would like to see the overlay in that area taken off, the overlay for the amenities with actually no spot zoning or anything going in there. There's not much land past Alpha Road anyway that's buildable. It's just the residence and community tree, which is there. Other than that, there's really nothing. But I'd hate to have someone find a spot in there and decide to put some small little something in there. I don't know. So, but that's why I would like to see the overlay taken out of the face of Barrico Road from Alpha Road to River Neck and Turnpike Road. And I really hope you don't do the 6-story buildings. That would be a tragic thing for Billerica Road. And you people all seem to be quite for it, but I don't think you know what you're getting in for. I mean, I listened to the fire chief talk about, the fires and all the manpower and everything that they need, but I'm really, just don't like the looks of it. We are a community and we're smaller. And once you start putting a lot of amenities and things in there, it just gets hectic looking. Even, I just can't imagine how it's going to change the whole area and what's going to happen there. So I hope you really consider the height and also the, taking off the overlay from, on Brick Road from Alpha Road up to Turnpike and.
Thank you for coming. Hello.
Hi. My name is Tracy Cole. I live on Turnpike Road, 97 Turnpike Road.
Yeah.
I don't have a prepared speech. I honestly just came here to figure out what was going on.
Yeah.
But has anybody even taken into consideration what you're going to do about traffic? When you bring all these companies in and you bring all these residents in, they're all going to be going up and down 129? Has there been any talk about how you're going to handle the traffic?
What it usually ends up doing is somebody comes in with a major development, they gotta do a traffic study, they gotta do an impact study. There's a lot of different things that happen at that point. This is just conceptual right now. We have no idea if, when, who, what, or anything right now. It's a little bit ahead of what would happen, what would have to happen, sorry, at this point. I mean.
Well, you want to,
ideally, if somebody,
bigger developments, right?
Ideally,
You
if
want to encourage apartment buildings, 6-story buildings everybody's talking about, which I have to, for the record, I'm against.
Yeah.
So that's going to bring in new people, more people to the area, correct?
Correct.
So
Yeah, but what you
in
try
the-
to, what you
in
try
the
to do is
concept
like
of
what
the whole
somebody
thing-
talked about with like Cornerstone Way, when they took and did their redevelopment in Westford, they got the developer to pick up a lot of the cost of redoing stuff like that.
Right.
You know, we have no idea what's gonna go there, and if a developer comes in with a big development, at that point, we have to assess, see what we can do. We can deny anything. We don't have to approve anything.
Is it safe to assume you all live in Chelmsford?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so have you all driven down?
Oh, yeah.
Drive it
Every single day.
You can't move. And that's now.
I live 200 feet from North Road. Takes me 2 minutes to 5 minutes to get out in the morning. I know about traffic. What you're
Wait,
talking
we're gonna
about,
make
you're
it
talking
worse.
about, you've got a 4-lane road for these 6-story buildings. And we assume most of the traffic's going to exit out to Route 3, because they're gonna be out-of-town people coming. So there's some provisions in that area that already account for taking care of heavy traffic. There's traffic lights, and when we're talking about 6-story buildings, as a previous speaker pointed out, there's only 7 lots that are developable into 6-story buildings. The rest of it is what our current limit is of
45 feet.
45 feet, which is more like 3 stories. Well, you can get
Yeah, it
4 out
depends
of
on
it.
how
You
you
can squeeze 4 out of it.
Can I add?
So-
Oh, after you finish, I'm next.
So basically, the state, with monies from the state years ago, they opened that area up to 4 lanes to take care of heavy traffic. What we're facing right now in about a year, it's going to be a nice drive down 129 because there will be nobody in any of those buildings. Nobody. Comcast is gone. They've moved across the street and up the hill. Those first two buildings are now totally empty. When Kronos moves out, you're going to get 2 more buildings empty. So traffic's going to be pretty good because we have 0 occupancy of those buildings virtually.
Right, I get that.
So what we're
but-
trying to do is make it more attractive for the owners of the building to do something about them so we can get them back, get people in, get them going again, and honestly, get the tax revenue up so that you and I don't pay as much on our property taxes at some point, 5 years down the road. Because the school, I'm on my roll now. The schools want more money. The fire department's going to be asking for more staffing when we build those 6-story buildings. You know, it's a little joke there. But anyway, there's constant demand for funds. And the town is virtually 95% built over. There's not a lot of developable lots left in town. So the trouble is we're just trying to get some development going in this area that's that's dying, virtually dying.
Right, but we're a town. How far do we go before we become a city? I specifically moved here because, number one, I bought my grandmother's house when she passed away. And and it's not my ideal living situation, but it's a small town. It was nice and quiet. You got a little bit of traffic on Turnpike Road. Like, they literally do 80 miles an hour going down Turnpike Road. There's kids on that road. Not that I have any, but the woman right next to me just had 2 kids. They're screaming down Turnpike Road because they want to bypass the traffic and lights on 128. And if that gets worse, the Turnpike Road's going to turn into a highway.
Can I add, my family actually moved to Chelmsford because my husband worked in that office park. He worked on Alpha Road and then moved over to Elizabeth Drive. I guess we are the model, what they're going for millennials. We want short commutes.
Mm-hmm.
The idea with mixing uses is actually to get people out of their cars, to lessen traffic. So if you have a residence there, instead of zipping up 129 or going to 3, you walk over to your apartment. Or maybe you take your bike over to the neighboring neighborhood because you decided you wanted a house. Instead of at lunchtime getting in your car, you go over to the cafe, grab your lunch because you only have a short amount of time to eat before you go back to your 60 hours you're working at the job in the office park. So the idea is to take people out of their cars and get them on bicycles and get them walking.
I get the whole concept. Trust me, I really wish that I didn't have to drive down Route 3 and up 128 to get to my job. I get it. If I found something that was payable, comparable in Chelmsford, I would probably work in Chelmsford. I understand that part, but when you're talking about putting up 6-story buildings in the town that I moved into, because it's a town and because it's nice, quiet, residential area, it makes me want to move away, and that makes me sad because I bought my grandmother's house. It's a family home, and I want to live there, and I want to stay in Chelmsford.
I understand. I'm like 4th generation. I still own the family farm.
Right, but if they start developing all around you and it gets just... I like my little half-acre of sanctuary quiet in my backyard, and I'm not going to have that if you guys develop this too much. I'm not against development. I'm not against progress. But let's just keep in mind that this is a small town. People like living in a small town.
Henry, look. I think what we lose sight of is a little bit, we're not talking about going down to the Westlands or going out to Park Road and putting up industrial areas. This is already and has been for over 40 years an industrial area.
Right, but it's low industrial. It's not high rises like everybody keeps talking about.
We're just lucky right now that we don't have some sort of factory in there that is running 24 hours, 7 days a week with lots of noise generation and doing industrial work. They tend to be very light. So what we're just, I guess I'm defending it a little bit. All we're trying to do is modify it a little bit. That's all we're trying to do. It's not really changing what could be built in there. 2 more stories. Just trying to make it more amenable to a modern commercial property development.
All I plead with you about is when you take into consideration building up this area, take into the consideration of why people live here. And I think I can speak for a lot of people that live here, especially in my area. We live here because it's a nice, quiet little town. That's what we want. That's what we like. And that's why we're here. Just keep that in mind when you go and approve buildings for this development. And I guess that's all I can ask you to do. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm John Wellman. I live on Montview Road. I'm on the Economic Development Committee, and I've been a resident in town since 1987. And, you know, I hear the emotion that people have. I hear the emotion that people have about this. And I think what people don't understand is part of the redevelopment is right now there's 6 million square feet of industrial space in this industrial park. And within the next year or so, there's going to be 1 million square feet of that that's going to be vacant. And this is at a time when the commercial real estate market is in a real boom in the state of Massachusetts. So there's a reason that people do not want to move their businesses to Chelmsford. And I think if you go back and you think about Chelmsford as a place that you want to live, when I moved into town, the industrial park was a place that a lot of people that I know worked at. So Chelmsford was a place that you could live and you could have a good job. It wasn't just a bedroom community that you had to get in your car and fight your way down, you know, through town to get onto the highway to get down to 128. So if we want to create Chelmsford back into a place that people can live and work, bring in top quality companies, world-class companies like Kronos, you need to give them the opportunity to build the kind of buildings and to attract the type of employees, you know, high-paid, young people, families that want to live in a town like Chelmsford. And this is where I think we've done a lot of research as part of the Economic Development Committee, talking to the real estate brokers, talking to the landowners, talking to lots of different people, looking at other areas, that I think that the overlay really captures the vision of bringing Chelmsford back from a place where this would just be a vacant buildings that are not going to be any benefit from a tax standpoint, or some place that I think anybody wants to have to even live next to, because it's going to be basically old buildings that nobody is taking care of, and they're just going to be eyesores. So, you know, we're looking to try to make the town a modern town, a good place to live, a good place to work.
Good evening. I promise to keep this brief. There's been a lot of fanciful language. Oh, do I introduce Michael Kwolek, 9 Whipple Tree Road. I don't know if it carries over. There's been some fanciful language being used tonight, like taking of land. And there is no such thing as taking of land. That homeowner, if they don't want to sell under this plan, can keep their home. There is no eminent domain proposals in here, so that's fanciful language. The other, Ed, that you brought up a point, there's the cry of 6-story buildings. And oh my God, how high that is. But right now in this area, you can build 4-story buildings. Isn't that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So we're talking about an additional 2 stories. Yes, that's not inconsequential. When we talk about the impact of traffic of a 6-story building, no, what we're talking about is the impact of traffic of 2 additional stories. So the traffic patterns longer term are marginal. The other part is that you guys, when you've designed this overlay, have looked at the density of the buildings. So if you went to a 4 or 6-story building, there would be amenities in place. So that would lessen the traffic in terms of thinking of how many people would be in the 6-story building. Plus, you're also spreading out the traffic patterns, because we're looking at being able to use those after hours and during the day. So the impact of traffic is not as dramatic as if somebody said a 6-story building. No, it's the additional traffic, maybe 2 additional stories, mitigated by the fact that the first floor will have amenities. So we have to take it and make sure that we fully understand the program before we use a lot of fanciful language. Thank you.
Pete Dolcino, 17 Spalding Road, Chelmsford, also a member of the Economic Development Commission. I think one of the things is there's so much fear. I'd like to thank you folks for what you're doing and what you will be doing in the future. No one is going to just build willy-nilly in this. You've got
safeguards. They will come with a plan. You will look at it. You will make changes. It will be better. If we do nothing, we're going to go to nothing. We're already going to lose Cronus. We're going to lose Mercury computers systems. So, I mean, while it's scary, the unknown is very scary. And I can recognize that people are very emotional, and I think you people recognize it, and you'll take that into account. But when someone comes, I think one of the issues that was made, well, your uses, you say hotel, you say parking garages, car rental, health club. Well, you know what? To take them out, we can't tell the future. Now, right now, we have lots of health clubs. But 5 years from now, maybe some of them will disappear. And maybe it'll make sense for someone to put a health club in. They'll come to you, you'll look at it, they'll have done a study. People aren't going to put money in to make buildings if there's no advantage to them. So you need to have lots of flexibility, which you do. I have faith that you people know what you're going to do. I mean, when I came to this town in '61, I think the population was 15,000. We're now something in the 30s, okay? Change happens whether we want it or not. We have to adjust to it and make it better. And that's what I think this overlay is going to do. And once again, I'd like to thank you for what you do.
Thank you. We're going to cut this down to 1 or 2 more comments, and then we have another person who's been sitting here all night waiting for their subject to come up. And we got another meeting to do this.
Right,
so-
quick?
Sure,
Quick.
go ahead.
Yep. Chris Bowman, 3 Julio Street. Couple things. One, the purpose in the tent said was to be consistent with Route 129 as it is, which means nothing above 3 stories. 6 stories is inconsistent with that, and you do not need a 6-story building to incorporate business amenities. I suggest that this board go to a number of the different companies that have incorporated business amenities within their buildings. They're not all city buildings. You can find them in towns. You can find them in suburbs. More urbanized than Chelmsford is, but they don't have to be 6 stories. 6 stories is not consistent with the residential community. That is definitely an urbanization. And that's what the residents here are talking about. They're talking about, we want Chelmsford to remain Chelmsford. They recognize development is coming and will come, but to do it in such a way that you retain the character of the town. You don't do city-fied things because other people are doing city-fied things in order to get money. You have to have a clear vision, which this concept is not. You have to have a clear vision, something that capitalizes on Chelmsford as a residential community, and people will come. That has not been done yet. And there are still many, many empty buildings on Elizabeth Drive. Nothing is being done by that. So instead of looking to build more buildings, the efforts should be going into getting people into the vacant buildings first and foremost, and renovating them.
We're going to address that. I got to address that. I got to address that. Those buildings you're talking about
They're so ancient.
were first-generation type buildings that we've talked to the owners there. Especially with the master plan. Master plan went in depth on it. Those buildings were designed for a single tenant, single component. They cannot find, nowadays, there's multiple businesses within a building.
Right.
Okay?
That's true.
These buildings are not designed for that. And it's very difficult for them to split things up, split the utilities, rewire things to get them to be occupied. What this is doing is allowing them to try to redevelop those buildings and give them more flexibility to do different things with them.
No, redeveloping, renovation of empty buildings, I understand that. That was what was said last meeting.
This is what this is about.
I agree with that, but that is not what this is about. 6-story buildings
Not there.
is not what this is about.
It's not there.
And it's in writing.
So let me just go back to.
And the way you are talking, you already geared for looking for somebody to come in to build a 6-story building. That's what the residents are upset about. Because
in the
the residential component to all this is Chelmsford as a residential town that can be incorporated with business development.
So I just
The
want you to remember
resident-
the point that we talked about
Yeah.
at last meeting, okay?
Yeah.
And think about this. In commercial buildings, as they are going vacant presently, Kronos, Mercury, 1.1 million square feet of vacant space. The rental income per square foot is declining in this town. And the assessed values, and I really don't want to talk about it, but because this board zones and we try not to get involved in financing, but assessed values on commercial property is based on rental income or the income that those buildings can generate per square foot. So if your square footage drops to $2 a square foot, your assessed values go down. So right now, I think it's 19.6% of the tax base is commercial. If that value, assessed value goes down, that's going to drop. Well, the other 80+% is residential. So previous speaker spoke about their taxes have doubled. Well, they're going to go up
Which
again.
they have.
So they're going to have to compensate somewhere. The other part of this is, if a residential house, on average, I think the average taxes on a house is $7,000 or $8,000 or some number like that. The average to educate a child is $11,000. So a commercial building helps subsidize those children in schools, which Chelmsford has a very good school system, and we're trying, the school committee works very hard to keep improving that school system as they're doing assessments and the number of things that they're trying to do. So if we do nothing, businesses may come and look at them, and I know of a business that his lease was up this year, and he considered moving across the line because he could get a better, more space, and he felt he was overpaying here.
Well,
based
I don't
the
think the
numbers.
residents are saying do nothing. The residents are saying take.
So help us, tell us, I understand what you say, business village concept.
Yeah,
That
campuses.
works well when what happened down in Burlington, that was one developer that owned that whole area, okay? And went to Burlington, got a number of things rezoned. We don't want to see every single lot down there to be 6 stories. That's not what we're doing. And in the master plan, it talks about 6 stories, but also talks about a smaller footprint, additional landscaping, and parking, enough parking to accommodate. Now, I forget who said it, but someone said there's no parking garages in Chelmsford. This planning board approved 1 parking garage on my time on this board. And you could go by it and you probably wouldn't even see it. It's at Lowell General Hospital. Because this board went to great lengths to make sure that the side of that parking garage had vines growing up it and plants in front of it and trees. So
Right, and
this is what
Technology
this-
Drive is also.
And there's a
in-
residential
in-
component, there's a
in-
residential component right across the street that's a 40B project.
It's in a standard business area that's always been business ever since I've been in this town.
Well, since I've
So-
been here, and I grew up in that neighborhood, I used to run in the fields up there when there was nothing there. My
I
father used to
understand.
race cars in the woods up there.
Well, we used to talk to the cows when we went to school. So there are no more cows.
So we're trying to put something together, and there's multiple layers
I hear
here.
what you're saying, but 6 stories is inconsistent with the residential community. You don't need 6 stories. What you need is a solid concept and a future vision, and I understand in order to do that, there's going to have to be more business networking to get businesses to work together to come in here, not necessarily one large business like Kronos. Because as soon as they get too big, they're going to move on.
Okay, so, I'd
So-
like to see 10 Mercuries here, but, there's an example of
But
that
you
going
have,
too.
but it has to start with the concept. The concept has to be for the future, just not for today. It has to incorporate the future. And the future means if Chelmsford is going to stay Chelmsford, a residential town, then that characteristic has to be folded into that concept and just not go full business. You have a lot of people speaking here who are business people, who are on the economic committee. So that's all you hear. You hear very little from the residents. We come in at the tail end. So, that is not
right,
helpful. So
I-
I said
I'd
my
lo-
piece.
yeah,
I'm
I'd love-
sorry.
I'd love
I'm
to-
sorry for delaying,
I'd
but thank you
love-
for listening.
Oh, you're
Thank you
more than
very
welcome
much.
to come anytime.
Thank you.
We do have to move on to another subject. We've had people waiting here for almost 4 hours right now to say their piece. It's getting up to 20 minutes to 10, Brian. We got another meeting coming up. I did make
I know,
the,
I was called out for fanciful speech. I just want to make a quick comment. Apollo Computer on top of that hill was a mini computer business. Wang Corporation was a mini computer business. Those have all gone now.
I understand.
A lot of what businesses do now is they work from homes or small offices, and it can be done in a mill building. Ask Mr. Lapoli. Computers have gotten smaller. The business model has gone back to home. A lot of moms work from their homes. We don't necessarily need 6-story buildings. Those are call centers.
Mr. Lapoli told us to build higher. Be bold.
He's a developer as well as economic development.
I understand, and I appreciate
that.
but as I say, somebody's been waiting a long time for
Right,
this, and I
understand.
still
we
got
make a
another
motion
half
to
hour,
continue?
45 minutes
Make a
here.
motion.
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this public hearing until our next regular scheduled
Second.
meeting.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Unless somebody has to go to the bathroom, we can continue, or
Get it.
I
Get
can
it
go
done.
till 10 o'clock.
Get it done.
That's not long.
if this gets done by
want a
10
break?
o'clock, I'll be amazed, but
You want a break?
I'm all set.
No,
Well, let's
continue.
take a break.
No.
No. All right.
All right.
All right.
Get it done.
Let's get it done.
Read the legal notice, we get going.
You need to do a little dance, do a little dance.
I'll turn your heads.
You got a curtain there.
Gonna go into Paul's office.
You guys are terrible. You guys are terrible.
All right. We are gonna start a public hearing here. Wait a minute, I got my stuff all moved around here. All right, here we go. 241 Littleton Road. Makay Patel requests a site plan approval for, under the section 195-104, special permit number under Article 21, Community Enhancement Investment Overlay District. We have some letters to read.
Legal notice, Chelmsford Planning Board conduct a public hearing on Wednesday, September 14th, September 14th, 7 o'clock PM at the Chelmsford Town Office, 50 Berwicker Road, room 204, to consider the following application. 241 Littleton Road, Hotel Mayak? Did I say that right? Request site plan approval, section 195-104, and special permits under Article 21, Community Enhancement Overlay District, CIOD, and any other relief that may be deemed necessary. The site is located in the CB roadside commercial and consists of approximately 1+ acres as shown on the assessor map 100-378-8. Copy of the proposal is available in Community Development Department, room LL01 of the town offices, 50 Billerica Road, Chelmsford, Massachusetts. May be viewed Monday through Friday between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. All interested parties are invited to comment in writing or may present any relevant information for consideration of the public hearing December 14th. Police Department, no concerns, but they have a letter. The Division of Special Services reviewed the attached site plans from the Town of Chelmsford Planning Board, 241 Littleton Road, Chelmsford, Massachusetts. Upon careful review of the plans, I do not see any increased traffic or safety issues that would occur as a result of these plans. Based on the review of the plans, the Division of Special Services does not have an issue with the project moving forward. If you have any questions or concerns, please let me know. Lieutenant Colin C. Spence, Police Department. Special Services Department, Chelmsford Police Department. Fire prevention, see attached letter. The office has reviewed the 241 Littleton Road and finds the following: water supply appears adequate. The required pressure and flow shall be confirmed by a current flow test performed proximate to the site, with all calculations submitted to this department for review and approval. Hydrant locations shown on the plan are adequate. The Chelmsford Fire Department requires a hydrant within 60 feet of the fire department connection, and a hydrant within 500 feet for manual firefighting operations. Hydrants and fire protection equipment shall be free from landscaping obstructions. Access for firefighting apparatus and emergency vehicles shown on plan is adequate. All fire lanes shall be marked with approved pavement markings and approved signage. Fire access roads and turnarounds shall be designed with swept path analysis using AASHTO Bus 45 turning template. Fire apparatus access shall be designed by a registered engineer within the weight of fire apparatus. Snow storage shall not obstruct or impede fire access roads or turnaround. All exits shall have sidewalks to allow a continuous path from an exit that led to a public way. Dumpster location shown on plan is adequate. An automatic sprinkler system conforming to NFPA 13 and a fire alarm system conforming to NFP 72 shall be required. Both systems shall be monitored by a UL-approved central station monitoring service, and all components of fire protection systems must comply with state building code and the Chelmsford Fire Department requirements. 3 sets of sprinkler and fire alarm plans along with the supporting documentation must be submitted to the fire department office for review prior to the approved plans. All equipment related to fire safety shall be located at the discretion of the Chelmsford Fire Department. The applicant must submit an application to town Chelmsford E91 committee for address and unit numbering to a coordinator, town clerk, Rena Maloney. This officer will approve these plans and conditions changes, and I asked the board to make this letter part of the approval process. And Center Water District, no concerns. Building Department, no concerns. Community Development, reviewed the project, submitted the following for consideration. Consideration should be given to place some proposed parking space into a reserved land bank to be built at a later date if needed. Spirit of CILD, while a proposed landscaping plan provides for benches within the front yard, this public gathering area should be enhanced. Consideration should be given to making the front yard more inviting to serve as a gathering place for the public and residents. All trees should have a minimum caliber of 2.5 inches of planting. Potential conflicts between proposed landscaping and proposed freestanding light poles should be reviewed. In addition, several light poles are proposed relocated adjacent to the building. Consideration may be given to relocating on the opposite side of the parking lot. Proposed light poles, what is the maximum height? Proposed lights indicate 5,000 K. Plans indicate guardrails in several areas. What is the material? Dumpster enclosure fence should be upgraded beyond chain link. A $3,600 contribution to 53G traffic mitigation fund should be considered. Department of Public Works. You guys all write long letters. This officer reviewed the site plans by Howardstein Hudson Associates consisting of 8 sheets dated August 16, 2016, and an existing conditions plan by A-Plus Construction Services dated October 17, 2014. 2 sheets of architectural plans dated July 22, 2016. Supplemental data report August 2016. As a result of the review, this office has the following comments. 1. The department shall be notified when work on site is commenced in order to arrange for inspections. 2. Any revision of the drainage plan shall be submitted and approved by this office. 3. Stormwater operation maintenance plan shall be followed as described in the report. Copies of any inspections or other reports done in accordance with the plan shall be forwarded to engineering office. 4. Site as-built shall be provided upon completion of work on site. As-built to include a letter from the engineer stating all stormwater devices have been built to satisfy mass stormwater standards, provided all supporting documentation and calculations. The as-built shall be from a ground survey and submitted in AutoCAD and paper form. Excuse me. Conformatory testing shall be performed in the area of underground infiltration system for stormwater management guidelines. The testing shall be witnessed by Chelmsford Engineering Division. All unsuitable material, if any, discovered in the excavation of infiltration systems shall be removed and disposed of in accordance with state and local regulations. 6. The project requires a NIPD's construction general permit. A final copy of the stormwater pollution prevention plan must be submitted to the town as well as filed with EPA prior to beginning any site work. Permit is required from Mass Highway Department for work on Littleton Road. Proposed sewer work will require permitting applicable fees from DPW Sewer Division. Trench permits shall be filed as necessary per 520 CMR 14.00, Chapter 82A. The design engineer is in the process of completing design and drafting revisions and plans according to recommendations of this office. If you have any questions, please contact this office, Christina Papadopoulos. I thought I saw one more letter. Hold on.
In a butter letter.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Glenn?
I'm sorry. There you go.
It was in here. It's
There you go.
somewhere.
Another copy of it for you.
It's right
That one
there.
right there.
This is from Whitman and Bingham Associates, dear board members. On behalf of our client, 235 Littleton Road Realty Trust, Whitman and Bingham Associates LLC has the following concerns and comments regarding the above reference approved project. The applicant proposes a snow storage area on the easterly side of the property line abutting number 239 Littleton Road. This area is only 8 feet wide and is graded at a 2H 1V slope towards abutting property. We would contend that any pile of snow in this area would not stay on the applicant's property and would end up on the abutting property. At a minimum, the melting of the piled snow in the area would drain freely into the abutting property, and we would respectfully request the snow storage area be eliminated in this area or the shoulder be regraded to pitch back on the applicant's property. Additionally, in this area, the proposed site plan calls for Cape Cod berm. Traditionally, this style berm does not hold up well during plowing operations. If the berm in this area were to be unmanned and broken, stormwater runoff could potentially flow into the abutting property. We respectfully request a sturdier berm and be installed in this area. The applicant shows a row of parking along the easterly property line. The headlights from the vehicles utilizing these spaces would shine directly in the new 8-unit apartment building recently constructed in the abutting property. Previously, the past property owner has submitted a site plan for Chelmsford Planning Board for approval of a restaurant. The applicant at the time had agreed to erect a fence along the easterly property line to prevent this from occurring. We respectfully request that a solid screening fence be installed at the top of the slope in this area. The proposed lighting along the easterly property line spills over on the abutting property and against the existing building. Refer to lighting plan submitted as part of the site plan package. We would respectfully request the proposed lighting plan be revised to avoid spillover on the abutting property. We thank you in advance for your consideration of this matter. If you should have any questions, require any additional information regarding this or any other matter, please do not hesitate to contact this office, Whitman and Bingham, Brian F. Melissi, and I believe it's for Charles R. Hillman, trustee, 235 Littleton Road Realty Trust. That's it.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm Katie Enright with Howard Stein Hudson. I'm here tonight on behalf of 241 Littleton Road LLC, Mr. Mayank Patel, who's here tonight with his architect, Kirit, who can speak a little bit to the project architecture. This is the plan that was before you a few months ago for the CEIOD overlay approval. The building at that time was set back from the road just under 30 feet. The building was proposed to be 18 units, and it had just about a 9,100 square foot footprint, 2-story building. As you can see, the parking lot layout had 37 parking spaces, and we showed the building also closer to the left property line. We had it at about 18 feet on the side. After that hearing, we reviewed the project and we relooked at the project and we took some of the comments from the board and reformatted the project. So essentially what we did was we pushed it away from Littleton Road. I know that was a lot of concern. This concern, we pushed it back to 48 feet. So before it was 26, now it's 48 feet. 48 feet is the requirement. We also pushed the building from the western side of the lot into the site to 24 feet so that we also meet that requirement. We also changed the configuration of the building. We heard a little bit regarding the number of, or the amount of open space, the number of potential school children. So we reformatted the style of the building to, instead of being 10 one-bedrooms and 8 two-bedrooms, to 16 one-bedrooms and 4 two-bedrooms. So we've gone from 18 to 20 units, but the building is actually smaller than the building that was before you at this time by approximately a little more than 70 square feet. We're here tonight for 2 special permits, one for the CEIOD related to this project being more than 5 units. The second is for FAR, and I want to tell you that the FAR is specifically due to the fact that we're proposing a full basement in this building. We're exactly 2,700 square feet over on the FAR, so really if we were to eliminate the basement, we would be below that also. We meet all setbacks. We are well below the building coverage for this lot. We are just above the FAR for this lot due to the fact that we have a basement. We're also well below the allowed 4 stories, where we're at 2 stories for this building. And we have basically push the building back from the road. This plan shows 36 parking spaces, which is required by the bylaw at 1.5 per 1 bedroom, 2 per 2 bedroom, plus 1 per 5. So we're showing exactly the amount of parking here. We'd like to keep that amount of parking purely because there's really no off-site parking on this area. There's no roadside parking. This is Littleton Road. Obviously, it's a busy road. There's really no place to put extras. So we'd like to keep the parking. Since the original plan, which is here, we worked with the fire department. The fire department wanted to be able to turn around where this was more than a 150-foot driveway. So we've provided a turnaround that's adequate for the bus 40, which is the template that they're asking us to use today. And they've approved this access for the lot. We've also spoken with Town Recycling and regarding the size of the dumpster. The plans are being reformatted slightly right now due to some comments from Town Engineering, which included the size of the dumpster needing to get bigger. This dumpster that's shown on this drawing, the dumpster area, which would be dumpster and recycling, is larger than shown on the original plan due to a bylaw the town has regarding residential dumpster sizes. So that's been altered here. And this also provides the ability for a dump truck to come in, pick up the trash, and fully turn around and get back out without having to back up. As you can see, this project, due to moving the building back, pretty much like I had said in the original drawing, the wall has gotten a little bit bigger. The parking got angled to the back property line. We are a little bit closer to the property lines than we had previously anticipated here, but we still meet the setbacks of the local setbacks of the Conservation Commission regarding the 25-foot no disturb, the 30-foot no pavement, and the 50-foot no structure. Drainage is very similar to that which we proposed for the fast food restaurant. It's all underground. As I work through the site, it's basically a plastic chamber system that's under the ground. It's slightly larger than the system we had proposed here before, but essentially it's in generally the same location with the same outlet. We do appear before Conservation Commission next Tuesday, but essentially the design or the footprint of the design is generally the same. The planting plan was designed by Lorraine Black. The details are located here. It's very much in the same vein as what we had proposed for the fast food restaurant as far as kind of the style of buffer plantings. We wanted to keep it consistent with kind of the approvals we had gone through before with the abutters. I did forget to put the fence back on for Mr. Hellman, and we will agree to put that fence back in. We had proposed a 6-foot stockade fence as part of the original approval on that sideline, and we can certainly put that back in. We had also agreed to no snow storage on that side, which we will happily agree to again on that side, and we could sign it as such. Regarding the lighting, the 5,000 K was obviously something from my lighting consultant that's not consistent with what I've told him in the past. He needs to be 4 and below. So certainly we can use the same lighting fixtures and make sure he gets under that 4K. And we can also look at additional shielding. These fixtures are proposed to be 14 feet. I asked him to keep them low. Because of the residential nature of the project, there's no reason we need to be up around 20 or 25 feet with the light. So there's a few more poles in this plan than we probably would need, obviously, if it was higher. But we've kept them low due to the residential nature of this area now. We have also we also started to do some minor revisions. We met with engineering staff. Like I said, the dumpster pad has gotten bigger. We've added a small section of walkway to get people from the parking lot into the side door quicker than coming around onto Littleton Road. This curb cut was approved as part of the, it's been slightly modified, but it was approved as part of the fast food restaurant. We've slid it slightly to the east, so we'll be sending the revised plan to Mass Highway. But they had fully approved this geometry and this within feet area of curb cut at the prior project. The wall is pretty consistent with the project that was before you. With the fast food restaurant, it's about 15 feet at its highest point at that back corner. And we've started to make some pretty slight modifications, I think, with engineering. We added that sidewalk, we shifted a tree. We actually had Lorraine look at the tree locations with the lamps, and the tree locations have been adjusted slightly per, Evan had made a comment regarding that. We have started to look at that and have, the trees are gonna stay in generally the same location, just shift slightly outside of the way of the light poles. Like I said, we added that walkway in, and there's been some minor modifications to the size of the dumpster. But other than that, we've been working with town staff, obviously, to get this project seen in the best light and get as much work as done as possible before tonight. This is the rendering you saw before. Essentially, it's a very similar building to but it's set back significantly further than this one, as shown you in the CEIOD. The building is, I believe, cedar siding with architectural shingles, a two-story building. You can see some of the porches on the outside, the front. There is a door that will face Littleton Road. There's a door that will face the rear of the site, and basically the main door will face the side of the site. So the structure, as far as its height and its being 2 stories, is pretty consistent with that side of the road at this time. If you have any additional questions, obviously the property owner is here tonight, also the project architect. If you have any questions regarding the engineering, obviously I'd be happy to answer any. Regarding the inclusionary housing payment, the property owner will be making that in full, and I believe it's $270,000, which is in lieu of putting affordable units within this project. So they've already agreed to that, and they've met with the Housing Advisory Board and agreed to that full payment. As you can see by this project, there's not a lot of amenities on the outskirts as per the previous project, except for the small bench area really in the front here, which allows some respite as you go down Littleton Road. So I believe that hopefully covers just about everything, so we'd be happy. Sure.
There's just Conservation Commission. The applicant has filed a request for notice of intent with the Conservation Commission. Proposed work at 241 Littleton Road. The commission will hold a hearing on September 20th, 2016. That's from Katie Messer, Conservation Agent Planner.
All right, well, Nancy, you
Now start there.
start it down there? All right, Monica.
Okay, you're up.
We'll start with you this time.
Oh, fun. Okay, I'm glad you mentioned the fence. I'm like, okay, that's the only real issue. I like the placement of the property. It's in line with the other one. So the question about the snow storage, could you clarify? Because I know the...
Sure. Essentially, we don't, Mr. Hillman, who owns this building here, this slope, it goes up from his building to our property and then goes up to the next property over. So right here, there's a hill, and it goes to 2-to-1 slope in the back here for a small area where there'll be some slope stabilization plantings. So he just doesn't want us to push snow here up against, which will now be a fence, so that when that snow melts, it would go into the side of his property. And we're pretty much, there's a significant amount of drainage right now that actually just kind of overflows down to that area. So we're going to be capturing all of that water and putting it into our drainage system and sending it back out to the wetlands. So it'll circumvent this area.
Yeah, okay.
But we just want to make sure there's no snow storage stacked up against that, which will now be a fence.
Okay,
So we could certainly sign that.
okay. That's it.
Glenn?
To go a little further with that, where are you gonna put the snow? Way up by the dumpster?
Yeah, so it's pretty limited, and conservation's actually gonna make us keep it 75 feet away from the wetland. So really, it's gonna be, there's some small areas on site, and then it's gonna have to be taken off site.
Okay.
So you're
So-
going to present us with a snow removal plan?
Well, it'll either
Nancy,
be-
Nancy, can you please let,
It'll either be, right, we've shown some snow storage areas. Some of these areas will be removed, and we can certainly add a note to the plan that states that the snow will be removed off-site when it inundates those areas.
I guess I don't have any more questions.
Ed?
Sorry. That's okay. You asked a question I was gonna ask. Sorry, Ed.
Okay. I'm all set. Good plan. Like the parking lot now. Like the idea that you're gonna respond positively to Mr. Hillman's requests for the fencing, the snow storage. I don't think this is going to be concluded tonight, but can you give us an idea of, did you say you're going to do something better for the curbing? Are you going to go cement curbing or something?
No, we're not looking to do that. Essentially, the whole project, I mean, even if this curbing were to go, for some reason, the whole project actually flows back to the back
Yeah,
catch
it
basin.
flows that
It
way.
all pitches away from that area.
Okay,
So if
so
we're
you're
not
gonna-
putting snow there anyway,
So you're going to pitch it away?
right, it's
Okay,
going to be
fine.
pitched interior of the site, so
And
we
la-
weren't going to
and
change
last
it.
thing, one of my favorite subjects tonight, Article 23. We'd like to, this one worked out backwards also again, but I'd like to, what you're saying is they're willing to make the payment in full?
Yes,
Okay. Could we get something in writing?
yes,
that-
certainly. Yeah, and they've agreed to it at Housing Advisory Board also.
Yeah, I understand,
Yep.
but it goes through the planning board.
Yep.
It's getting late and I'm getting tired. It goes to the
Okay.
planning board first and we refer it to them.
Okay.
And that's not the way
the
it's been.
understanding that I got
It's a
from
lesson
Mr.
learned.
Yeah, that's not what I got from Mr.
That's-
Belansky,
and-
so.
Makes you
And
feel
when
better,
we-
we haven't voted
They're
on it
living
or
through
written a
two of
letter or
them.
anything.
And when we
Gonna
get to the
proceed
next
that way.
CIOD project, so you can put it in your file.
That's fine.
I'm going to be talking a lot about that before I vote yes on a CIOD project.
Exactly, and that's the lesson learned.
Okay.
The planning board needs to know what the affordability component is before they approve the applicable.
We
So
were,
what-
we were directed the other way, so that's,
Lesson learned.
we all learned.
Okay, so basically, and I'm going to end it like that because it's getting late, give us a letter in writing.
That's fine.
There's no other way to give a letter.
That's fine. We're not asking for a
Put it in
waiver,
writing,
so.
Smoke signals.
Smoke signals.
All right.
All right, Nancy.
Okay. Katie, basement, what is the purpose of this space?
It's really just, and I can let Mag or Kira talk to it. What's the purpose for the basement? Is it really just storage and utility?
Just storage.
Yeah.
So there's no intention to put living space in the
No,
basement?
absolutely not, no.
Mike?
Well, I remember what it looked like when it came through for the CEIOD. And our major concerns have all been addressed, as far as I can tell. I mean, it's been moved back on the lot. That was a concern of ours. The reconfiguration in the back seems to take care of the turning radius issues for the trash truck. I don't know. I guess I'm satisfied.
George?
When you came in as a CEOD, you said there was going to be an affordability component to the project, which kind of led me to believe that
The units would be there.
the units would be there. What changed your mind to do the?
Well, it was still being discussed, but I know that one of the big things that changed the proponent's mind was the first initial meeting with Housing Advisory Board and also the Chelmsford Housing Authority, discussing the number of units that would be here, because what was said was the number of units would be here. It seemed complicated to be able to, his discussions with housing, the Housing Board in Chelmsford made it seem complicated to put the limited amount of units in here and for him to take care of those under the affordable. It seemed more appropriate to put the money towards a fund that would put units elsewhere. So it kind of scared him away a little bit.
So I'm going to echo Ed's comments. This needs to come to us.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. There's still lessons learned when it comes to many of the applicants that are kind of come under COA are going to be smaller projects such as this, likely to have little or no experience with affordable housing. So somewhere along the lines, planning board's going to have to figure out, yes, it comes to you first, but the applicant may not have any experience to decide whether to put the affordable units in the project or make the payment in lieu of. In this particular case, the applicant had a conversation with the housing authority.
No, I'm wound up. I gotta take and go off here after a while.
So, under a different scenario, and maybe still, it may turn out that for this applicant, speaking with other people, that building the affordable units as part of the project may in fact be a better option. He's only going by what he's heard from the Chelmsford Housing Authority. I sat in that meeting. I'm aware of what was discussed. And essentially, in the quick summary was that if you don't have experience doing affordable housing, and our bylaw requires that the paperwork and the legal documentation is exactly per 40B affordability, hiring the attorneys, doing the paperwork, the monitoring agreements and so forth. For a project as small as this, having 5 affordable units, it may not be worth the time or energy.
That's why it should come to us first.
Agreed,
For us
agreed.
to send it to them.
Agreed,
For
agreed.
their input.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But to circumvent this board.
But that was not the intent, that was not the intent. But again, lesson learned, it
Okay.
absolutely makes sense for the planning board to at least get their fingerprints on it first, because this plays
This could
into the number
change.
of units, the type of bedrooms. Exactly, exactly.
You know, and now, previously, I think the plan was for 18 units. How did you end up with 20? And tell me what you changed to get to the 20.
We just changed actually the interior configuration of the building, and the building actually got smaller from the 18. Basically, we
You changed the
heard,
number of bedrooms.
yeah, there's,
Yeah.
oh yeah, no, it's significantly changed. It was 10 ones and 8 twos before, and now it's 16 ones and 4 twos. So essentially, we've tried to reduce the number of multiple bedrooms in the building, making it basically less attractive for families and people with children. It's Route 110. And basically we looked at that. I mean, we essentially reduced the size of the building, and got less opportunity for families to live here, essentially, which school children was an issue or a conversation at the last hearing.
Okay, thank you.
You done?
Yep.
Evan, I remember when you went to the planning board and you brought the inclusionary housing up, you showed pictures of the building that's just to the right of this,
Yep.
saying that's Chelmsford-based affordable housing. This is nothing like that on Wake. This is a huge, huge building. It may just be me, but we're not getting the 20 units out of it in affordable, unless we build them somewhere else, and that's just building more of the town. It's huge. I ain't a great fan.
I mean, if we took out the basement, it would meet all of the density and setback requirements of the lot by right.
I just, you know, we've fought with this law once before earlier today. You know, just by doing this, you know, I grew up around the corner from there. You know, it's big. He showed the pictures of Kensington and said, "Oh, this would never get by Chelmsford Housing Authority." Okay, that thing looks darn like Kensington, to be honest with you.
Not even, come on.
Not,
Not
it's
even
but I
two,
mean-
it's
Not
two
even
stories.
close.
It's
This is
not
full-
even
this is
It's a
remotely
big building.
close.
It's 20 units.
big.
What are you allowed with 40B on 1 acre?
Well, I know you want to focus on a number of units per acre, but the
No,
COI,
no.
the COI does not, for good reason, because you can play games with number of units per acre.
You didn't answer my question.
What does a
What is it? What are you allowed with a 40B on 1 acre?
minimum by right eight per acre, minimum?
On a
What does Chelmsford approve? A lot more than 8 per acre. The
because
starting point with the state is 8 per acre. Again, if you want to take the perspective that this has too many units per acre, you can certainly do that.
Yeah.
The zoning under COI doesn't talk about units per acre, and for good reason, because it's arbitrary units per acre. So the COI focuses on the dimensions, and then good design and a good project.
the COI doesn't. And we do a lot of green space. We did a lot of other things. And, hey,
This meets all of those requirements. It meets all of the requirements of the COID.
It doesn't mean I'm gonna like it.
No, but that's
Doesn't
true,
mean
but
I'm gonna like it. I can
as far
still
as the
bitch about it. It's my
size-
prerogative to
Okay,
bitch about it.
It is. It is.
If you want to argue with me, it's my prerogative to argue with you.
We more than meet the requirements for open space. Actually, the building footprint is smaller than that's allowed by 16%.
All right. Well,
The height is half.
it's big. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
I get one more question.
Sure, go for it.
In the basement, is that gonna be like individual under each unit with a set of stairs going down, like storage for each, or is it just gonna be a wide open?
No. I don't even know if it's been completely envisioned, but it's essentially storage and utility. So it could be cages for people, it could be
closets.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Well, seeing how it's a public hearing, I think we got a couple of people from the public that want to take and say something. You want to say anything? No? Go ahead.
Charles Hillman, trustee of 235 Littleton Road Realty Trust, 237 Road Realty Trust, and I believe I was the first guinea pig on the COID.
Yeah.
Built the first building, and I never in a million years thought that this board or this town would ever allow 20 units on 1 acre of land. And I built 8. We started with 6, and it was the intentions of this board to make sure we had green space, we had places for people, all right? And you want to talk about urbanization. I mean, it's unbelievable. I cannot believe that, that this is, I mean, what was this written for? I talked to some town reps, one old board member here, right? They didn't nobody understood this. They said, "What are you, crazy?"
Well, the planning board, as you heard tonight, believes that the COID bylaw is working very well. This project could be 10 units, all 3 bedrooms, same size, same exact size building. So that's the challenge of focusing on units per acre. It doesn't relate to impacts.
All I'm saying, Evan, is you showed the picture of that, saying this is what we're going to get in town. You showed a picture of Charlie's building.
Yeah, this is not Kensington, and that's
somewhere in
completely
between.
outlined.
It's somewhere in between the
nowhere
two.
near. It's zoning compliant.
I know.
It's zoning compliant. That is COID compliant. So when what I'm surprised about is that's pretty much exactly what you approved under the applicability.
We live in this town.
No,
You
but-
might not.
No,
But
that's got nothing to do with it. I'm talking process.
I know.
Under
I
applicability, you essentially approved that size building on that property, 18 units.
we actually complained about it. We said the building was large.
Yeah.
I
We
understand.
did say the building was
What I'm
large,
saying is
didn't we?
The applicant is now coming back to you indicating that they believe they've addressed it. Now it's your opportunity to provide them with more guidance. That's how this works.
I understand.
So
I
if the
understand,
ma-
but
I'm saying, if the majority of the board agrees with you, then there's clear direction to the applicant.
yeah,
Right. But let's not go back to, COID and pictures. This is well within the spirit and intent of COID. And this, the public hearing part of the process is not the time to kick the project into the curb.
No,
It's
no.
the applicability
I'm
part
not
of
trying
the
to kick into the
process.
curb. I'm just saying, myself, right?
Yeah.
I never understood,
Yeah.
and the people in the town of Chelmsford do not understand.
That's fine.
This is
It's
not
the
what they're
planning
looking
board. It's
for.
the planning board who has to understand it. They're the chief
Well-
elected planners, it's their bylaw. If they don't like the project, it's not gonna get approved. It's as simple as that.
Well, I guess, I was naive myself then. When I came in, I would never build that.
Well-
I've never built a 40B, all right? But the point I'm trying to make is, I built a building, I didn't understand this, and I'll tell you what, the people in the town of Chelmsford also, and nobody's listening now, they're all gone to bed, but is this what this board, I guess this is my question.
If people
Is
in
this-
town or the board thinks that this is so detrimental to the community and the neighborhood, the board will let you know. The board will let the public know, let the applicant know. It's not my process.
No,
I mean,
I'm
the
not
bylaw
alluding,
provides the
I'm
board
not
with-
alluding yours. I'm asking the
Yeah.
question
No,
tonight. No, I'm asking the question
think
tonight. Is this what this board wants to see in the town of Chelmsford on an acre of land? That's all I'm asking. I don't approve of it. I put a building there with, a
The
smaller
applicant wouldn't
footprint.
be here tonight if the planning board didn't give their conceptual approval under applicability with some guidance, which you did. So now they're coming back to you.
Okay, well,
But this shouldn't be a surprise with the building, the number of units. It's exactly very close to what you guys conceptually approved.
conceptually said, yeah, it's big. But whatever, go ahead, Ed, go ahead, you can go.
Yeah, I don't want to Mr. Hillman, I don't want to generalize that this is what we want for the town of Chelmsford. There are few commercial lots to develop. We're looking at a very specific piece of land, and before, we were going to have some sort of chicken restaurant there, which had, to me, worse neighborhood impacts than this. I think this is going to be quieter. It's not going to generate the odors and noise so to me, to be honest, this is an upgrade from the first plan we approved for a fast food restaurant of some sort on this property. So it's just another viewpoint. In other words, we're getting rid of the chicken shack and we're putting up a residential building instead. So just another point of view.
All right, but I mean, just little things. This section in here, between here and here, that's 12 feet. Okay, that's here. All right?
Okay.
Don't let the picture deceive you, all right? My elevation is almost 9 feet below up here.
Yeah, okay, part of the problem is she moved, the building was moved over. If you go back to the very first slide, I'm guessing that if I got a measurement out, that building's been moved over a few feet. So, I think, I'm not sure, but I think. Anyway, yeah, I see what you're saying. All I can say is, yes, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
I mean, I'm just disappointed, that's all. And it's I'm not, it's my own fault because I didn't educate myself to what, a CEO ID was. That you could do this. Not that I would do it, but I'm just saying, I never expected, because all it is a building and hot top. You got a little green space. I mean, 27, what is it?
That's not the final.
That's not the
Oh, we're
right
back
picture.
45 now.
Oh, I'm
You're
sorry.
back 45, yeah.
Right, but look at the spaces, though. I mean, I'm 60 feet here, all right? I think they're, 54 or something? I don't know. But the point being is, look at the difference in the areas.
Yeah, but
Look what you have.
what we've achieved, we were closer, and by giving feedback and also a little bit of guidance on how to do the parking lot,
I mean,
we're able to
understand.
get more
And
space.
let me tell you something. Katie did a great job. She got it on. It's within everything, all right? And if that's the bylaw and that's allowed, so be it. I'm just trying to make the board aware that walk around talking town, nobody knew that this could be done.
Just for full disclosure, when you were in front of the board for the first COID,
Yep.
pull the tape. The board encouraged you to make your building bigger than 8 units.
We did. No, we went 6 to 8.
No, the board, even at 8,
Yeah.
was encouraging you and asking you, do you want to go bigger, more
Yeah,
units?
but this isn't sour apples. I didn't want to go.
No, so
I didn't,
so
but
what
I
I'm
didn't
saying,
want to
the
go. Wait a
board,
minute.
the
I didn't-
board knew.
All right, wait a minute. No, it's both.
Both,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, it's getting late, we still have 4 ZBAs, and we're gonna continue this, so, make your points, and then we'll go to anybody else that wants to comment, and we're gonna continue this again, and, we're not gonna get into an argument.
All right. I apologize. Sometimes I'm not politically correct.
Neither are we.
My motion to continue.
And then also, I just, what public benefits?
Just want to talk to the other people in the crowd
Oh,
if they have, do you people want to get up and say anything, or are you guys good?
This is my project.
No, I'm talking, the people in the back comments, are you guys good, are you? All right, that's fine.
About the screening, it looks like those are deciduous trees. That means that's really no screening at all.
Yeah.
It would be really nice if it were a conifer or something like that we didn't have to look at that building. It would be a small change, I would think,
Yeah.
and it would really improve the look, from my point of view, to not have to look at this. I know that the water board said that, there was no problem, but I'm just wondering, I watched my garden die this year because there was no outdoor watering. You add 20 more families here, I mean, is anybody in Chelmsford considering that we have a limited resource in water, and that if you keep building and keep adding more and more families, that this is just going to get worse? Is that considered at all?
Basically, yes, in the past, I've talked to the water district. Some of the reasons for the water bans has less to do with the wells being low than ensuring proper fire protection. And their ability, I was told, their ability to resupply the water tanks. So it's as a matter of fact, just this week, I was reassured that the wells were perfectly, there was plenty of water in the ground.
The water ban was put on because the state governor
Yeah.
can consider this area in a drought situation.
Yeah.
And when he takes and does his ruling, that's when the outdoor watering gets shut off.
So it's not a town-wide
No,
decision?
we have water.
No,
We have water.
We have water,
We have water.
but
You're
you
not
still
allowed to
have to
use
have, but there's still a ban.
Yeah. They
Try to encourage xeriscape landscaping. And I think Lorraine Black, who's one of the premier landscape architects, tries to pick out, I'm not an expert in plants. Nan can tell you better than I can, but she tries to pick out items that will need minimal watering, minimal upkeep. So that's one of the things that, I mean, and from the point of view of the applicant, I'm sure he doesn't want to be out there watering the grass every day because of the plants, because it costs money, and sewer bills and whatever else. But we try to encourage that, and we usually don't have to question Lorraine Black, because the other part of this too is if those plants die, they have to replant them. So, you know, I like your comment about some conifers or something in the front, and I think that they can look at that to screen the building a little bit more. So,
Okay.
we'll ask them to look at that for next meeting.
And
Okay.
there was one more point. I know you're not concerned with the stormwater, but if this is essentially the same plan that was for the fast food restaurant, the DEP had problems with that. I mean, they put a superseding order of conditions on that. So I'm wondering what's changed that they will approve this when they did not see fit to let the other one go.
Maybe engineering can answer that one.
So the reason that the DEP issued a superseding order was because it was appealed. It was the only reason. The project was appealed by the abutter, the order of conditions that was issued by this town, and the DEP therefore steps in and issues a superseding order of conditions. And I don't believe there was anything additional that they put on this project.
This was conservation, an appeal of the Conservation
It was
Commission?
it was an appeal of the order of conditions issued by the Chelmsford Conservation Commission
Okay,
by an
so it
abutter.
was- Okay.
Mhm.
It was not the planning board
No, it was not.
business.
No, it was conservation business.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I have a question and a comment. Katie, maybe you can speak to this. I'm looking at the typical 1 and 2 bedroom layout, and each one of these units shows a room that's called a veranda. Are those internal rooms or are they external porches?
The veranda, is that a porch? It's a porch.
It's a porch. It's an open air porch. So it's not not internal living space. Okay. So my comment then is that I really appreciate that you listened to most of our concerns and addressed them in this plan. One of the concerns that we had was that this building was very large, and it simply overpowered the area. And if you look at the requirements, one of the requirements is to encourage high-quality development to protect and enhance the value of real property, provide high-quality architecture that reflects an appropriate community character and site planning in a manner compatible and in context with surrounding neighborhoods and business districts. When I look at, can you back up to that one? And I look at the buildings on either side of it and in the rest of this community. This building has footprint that's about 3 times the size of
Not if you look at the building that's
neighborhood.
right here.
One's way, way back off the wall.
I mean, I could bring that in and show you, but the buildings next door are much bigger. The only building that's smaller on this lot is the townhouse building that's in the front. The other structures here are much larger.
Yeah, but they're also set a couple hundred feet
They're,
back off.
they are set a little bit back, but they're all
set
those
way
are
back.
3-story buildings, I believe, and there are the abutting lot.
So in the essence of time, because again, it's getting late, I think.
Can Mr.
it-
Patel speak, because he's been waiting?
Sure.
I'm gonna just make my comment, okay? My comment was, I think I heard it when you were here for CIOD, the building was big, and it was 18 units. And then you came in with 20 units and similar sized building or a little smaller. For the next meeting, I'd like you to visit it and see if you can shave off some units to make it a smaller project. I think it's a pretty big project for the site, and I think I've heard from several here that they feel the same. So I think we'd like you to look at it and come back to us on that.
What I haven't heard from the board is regarding the density of the project, as Evan mentioned, the building size, as it relates to number of units, is not.
The COID has always been to hold your feet to the fire, to hold you to a higher.
Understand, and this is a cedar-sided building with architectural shingles, which I believe is a pretty beautiful building for this area and pretty compatible with this area. Now, when we talk about size and we talk about shrinking the project, I would like to have some direction on that, because certainly we could contemplate changing the number of units from 20 to 16, but the building size might not change. Do we then go to 16 ones and then have the project density or the project FAR be significantly lower than what's allowed under this district? Or, right now we meet all of the criteria for zoning regarding density. So is it too tall? Is it too long? I need to understand where to go with this project after this meeting if we're talking about size. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for feedback. I'm not gonna just go take one unit out and say, hey guys, it's 500 square feet smaller on each floor. Is that enough? And then come back 2 meetings later. I'm gonna take out 500 more square feet. Now is it enough? Like, what in your eyes as a board is appropriate for this site for us to come back? Based on the original overlay improvement.
You guys
I
aren't,
also-
you guys aren't gonna like what I have to say. But I'm gonna say it. From the street, when you're passing it, the front facade is short. Once you enter in the parking lot, or if you go in the parking lot in the other, that's where the mass is.
Yeah, as soon as you drive up the street, though, you look right by Charlie Hillman's building, that's wide open, right up in
Yeah.
there.
Wide open.
Get knocked off 4 units.
Hey,
Okay,
That's my opinion.
I want to,
let's.
I want to say something if you have time.
No,
Good.
Oh, please.
I want to answer a
All right, go
question.
ahead.
Go ahead.
All right,
Go ahead.
guidance. You're looking for a special permit on a farm. What happens if we don't give it to you? You've got to you've got to drop it.
You take the basement out. It's the basement. That's the only reason we're over.
You're counting the basement?
Yes, we can take it out.
Yeah.
Because,
It's required, the basement.
Then I don't, okay.
and
All
financially.
right, to hell with it.
I just
Okay.
want to give you one point here, because I'm working with Ivan and the town as well, like from last 6 months, and we went through a couple of changes and things like that nature. Financially, I am right now at the point where I do not have much to work further. And financially, I am paying full money for the housing authority. I initially thought like I will manage myself. When I met with David and the housing authority team, it sounds like too many paperwork, too many laws, and they saying, okay, you need to pay us money for managing this, and like sounded like a 2-hour meeting went like crazy for me, saying, okay, I will better just give you money, So
and I went through all the paths. Like first time when I came to the meeting here, I hear that, okay, did you guys went to the housing authority, and then Ivan guided us, okay, let's do the housing authority meeting, and then we went to a couple of meetings through all those 9 yards, and we came up with the plan. Now financially I'm paying 270 plus I'm putting like $3-4 million. It's not worth it for me. My bank doesn't give that money. I have to put it from my pocket. If I change the scope from 20 to less, it doesn't make sense to me. I rather leave it as it is as a restaurant, and someone will buy it, you know.
All right, well, we all got something to think about. We're tired. And we'll continue it to our next meeting.
Why don't we make it's getting late and we're tired. Why don't we make a motion to continue this to our next, to continue the public hearing to our next regularly scheduled meeting on the public hearing for 241 Littleton Road.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. See you in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
You got 4 ZBAs.
Yes.
She said we
We're
never
gonna
do
be
them
back
unless
in
we
2
really
weeks
want
on this.
Okay, 2 weeks back, yeah, no problem. Thank you.
They'd
Thank
be
you.
quick, aren't they?
Just, it should be.
Yeah.
I didn't look at them all, but.
What do we got, George?
Got 4 ZBAs. The first one's
The
for,
agenda said there were none.
Really?
we want to do them, I don't know when these meetings are.
Yeah, let's,
The first one's 23 Sylvan Ave, Robin Lawrence Scott, MP 52-183-15, for special permit on 195-8E2 to construct a 14 by 20 attached garage with 6-foot breeze-rated non-conforming structure setbacks lot area frontage. So, existing garage back here, proposed garage there, it's 12.6 feet, and
And that's the driveway coming in from the side. So 12.6, they can get around the side. They get 12.5 on this side.
Yeah,
Enough room, no
no
concern.
concern.
Yeah, let me see it.
next one, 7 Summer Street, for a sign variance under 195-28 with 195-32. Remove existing non-conforming sign setback, 60 square feet freestanding sign to install a 95 square foot freestanding sign in excess of allowable square foot in the new location will not meet the 15-foot street setback. You can read that.
Out loud, you mean?
Yeah, so everyone can hear it.
Okay, Summer Street Crossing LLC, replacement of existing pylon sign. Project description, replace existing 60-foot pylon sign with a new 95-square-foot sign while maintaining setback of existing sign. So they're making the sign bigger.
Is that
The existing-
120 inches?
Yeah, the existing
10
pylon
feet
needs
this way.
extensive maintenance, and we're requesting to replace it for several reasons.
Summer Street.
A new
Yeah.
coloring to match the shopping plaza. Larger tenants want more space, relocate the sign.
And it
Where
kinda-
is this?
Summer Street. It
Oh,
kinda-
down here.
So
Yeah, it kind of goes with the
Yeah.
sign that they
Yeah.
have across the street
My
there.
guess is that sign's coming out,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one's coming out.
and
And
that's
that was
going
going
in.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
looks good. The heck.
looks good. No concerns.
And it's high enough you can see under it.
Yep.
This is 3 Gary Road, Roberts, Christopher,
It's really
Nicole.
late.
Special permit on 195-8 to construct a 24 by 30 garage, non-conforming structure, lot area, front setback. Should not create additional non-conformities in the front and side yard requires exceed the 30% increase to non-conforming structure. Sounds like a small house.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I had a house that size.
Existing, 24 by 30.
What are this?
Where's the driveway?
Well, the setback's probably 40.
Not the point, it's just,
Something to the back of the lot, if you could tight out there.
So it needs a new curb cut?
I don't know.
Wait, what? Are they adding it? Yeah.
This stuff is all about dollars and
Closing
cents.
24, a 30 by 24 addition to my residence. The addition will contain a master bed, bath, as well as a family room,
Okay.
pull-down attic space.
So this is a 2,
This is just an add-on to the house.
so it's a
not new.
2-story add-on to a 1-story house.
How much side yard have we got roughly?
17.3,
Ah, that's.
Close enough.
Drive
I
it
say.
home.
That's the additional picture. It's not even 2 stories.
It's not even, yeah. All right.
8 Plum Street, David Clark, Renee Boutte, for a special permit under 195-8 to construct a new 25 by 30 master bedroom addition to non-conforming structure to exceed a 20% increase in non-conforming structure.
So they're doing a
Hildreth.
master bedroom suite
It's over up there.
that's bigger than my house.
Yeah.
It's an addition on the back.
On the
way
back,
street,
fine.
no
All
problem.
right.
Hildreth is up here. It's off of Hildreth.
Trying to see where the hell.
Between Perman and Hildreth.
Can you do
Motion
something
to
important?
Yeah, I was gonna move to adjourn.
I think it's late enough. Do I have a second? All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Aye, aye, aye.
Do we have time to find any place where we can eat dinner?